this looks like a routine military transfer. In reality, it may prove to be one of the most significant geopolitical developments in the Western Pacific in years. The ships themselves are not revolutionary. Japan's Abukuma-class destroyer escorts were built during the Cold War and are now more than 3 decades old. But geopolitics has never been only about technology. It has always been about geography, power, and the strategic choices nations make when the balance of power begins to shift. Japan's decision to transfer 6 destroyers and surveillance aircraft to the Philippines signals something much bigger than a defense deal. It reflects the emergence of a new maritime security architecture in Asia. One shaped by China's rise, America's alliance network, and the growing determination of regional powers to strengthen collective deterrence. History shows that new regional orders rarely begin with dramatic announcements. They emerge gradually through military partnerships, strategic agreements, and sometimes through the transfer of a few aging warships. To understand why these 6 destroyers matter, we must first understand the geography that has always shaped the struggle for power in Asia. To understand why Japan is transferring destroyers, considering missile exports, and expanding military cooperation with the Philippines, we must first understand one of the most important geographical realities in modern geopolitics: the First Island Chain. Stretching from Japan through the Ryukyu Islands, Taiwan, the Philippines, and into the South China Sea, the First Island Chain forms a natural maritime barrier separating continental Asia from the wider Pacific Ocean. For centuries, these islands have controlled access to some of the world's most strategically important waters. In geopolitical terms, the First Island Chain functions much like Britain's control of the English Channel during the Age of Empire or America's dominance of the Caribbean in the 19th century. Whoever controls these maritime choke points possesses enormous strategic leverage. This is precisely why the First Island Chain occupies such a central place in contemporary great power competition. For China, the island chain represents a strategic constraint. Chinese military planners have long argued that it limits China's ability to project naval power freely into the Western Pacific. From Beijing's perspective, the growing military cooperation among Japan, the Philippines, and the United States increasingly resembles a form of strategic encirclement. For the United States and its allies, however, the First Island Chain serves a very different purpose. It is viewed not as a tool of containment, but as the foundation of regional deterrence and strategic stability. The recent deployment of Japan's Type 88 anti-ship missiles during joint exercises with American, Australian, and Philippine forces demonstrates how this geographic concept is now being translated into military reality. And nowhere along this vast maritime frontier is becoming more strategically important than the Philippine archipelago. Throughout history, frontier states have often become the battlegrounds of great power competition. Before the First World War, Belgium occupied a strategic position between Europe's great powers. During the Cold War, Germany and Korea became the front lines of ideological and military confrontation. Poland, situated between East and West, repeatedly found itself at the center of Europe's geopolitical struggles. Today, a similar transformation is occurring in the Indo-Pacific. For much of the post-Cold War period, the Philippines was viewed as a peripheral Southeast Asian state. That perception is rapidly changing. Geography once again is reshaping strategic realities. The Philippine archipelago occupies one of the most important positions in the Indo-Pacific. It sits astride the South China Sea, controls critical approaches to Taiwan, guards access routes between the Pacific Ocean and continental Asia, and forms the southern anchor of the First Island Chain. Few countries possess such strategic geography. This reality has become increasingly apparent as competition between China and the United States intensifies. Washington has expanded military access to Philippine bases under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Joint military exercises have grown larger and more sophisticated. Meanwhile, Japan has accelerated defense cooperation with Manila through radar transfers, intelligence sharing, military exercises, surveillance aircraft, and now the proposed transfer of 6 Abukuma-class destroyer escorts. Philippine military leaders increasingly recognize this strategic shift. The armed forces of the Philippines now frame modernization through the lens of the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, which seeks to transform the country's armed forces from an internal security force into a maritime defense institution capable of protecting national interests across a contested Indo-Pacific. The transfer of Japanese destroyers, TC-90 surveillance aircraft, radar systems, and expanded defense cooperation reflects something larger than military modernization. It reflects the emergence of the Philippines as a frontline maritime power and a critical strategic partner in the evolving security architecture of Asia. In many ways, the Philippines is no longer on the periphery of Indo-Pacific geopolitics. It is rapidly becoming one of its central arenas. But if the strategic transformation of the Philippines is remarkable, the transformation occurring in Japan may be even more significant. The most important story in Asia today may not be China's rise. It may be Japan's return. For nearly 80 years after the Second World War, Japan pursued a fundamentally different path from most great powers. Tokyo avoided military exports. It limited its strategic ambitions. It relied heavily on the United States for its security while focusing its national energy on economic growth and technological development. Japan became one of the world's greatest commercial powers, but deliberately avoided becoming a traditional geopolitical power. That era is ending. Over the past several years, Japan has undertaken the most significant transformation of its security policy since 1945. Tokyo has relaxed decades-old restrictions on defense exports. It has signed military access agreements with regional partners. Japanese forces are now participating in overseas missile exercises, including recent anti-ship missile drills conducted alongside American, Australian, and Philippine forces. And increasingly, Japan is positioning itself not simply as a U.S. ally, but as a regional security provider in its own right. This transformation reflects a growing realization in Tokyo that economic strength alone cannot guarantee national security in an era of renewed great power competition. In some ways, modern Japan resembles Britain after the Napoleonic Wars, a maritime trading power that gradually rediscovered that prosperity ultimately depends on maintaining a favorable balance of power. The transfer of Abukuma-class destroyers to the Philippines is therefore about far more than military hardware. These ships symbolize the gradual end of Japan's post-war strategic restraint and the emergence of a Japan that is increasingly willing to shape the regional security environment rather than simply adapt to it. For decades, Japan sought security through restraint. Today, Japan seeks security through strategic engagement. Yet these ships are not ultimately about Japan or the Philippines alone. They are about China. There is a recurring pattern in the history of international politics. Great powers often create the coalitions that eventually emerge to balance them. This is one of the central insights of classical realism. When a state accumulates enough power, neighboring states rarely remain passive. They adapt, align, and build counterweights. In many ways, this is precisely what is happening in the Indo-Pacific today. China's extraordinary economic and military rise has transformed Asia's strategic landscape. But it has also accelerated the formation of new security partnerships across the region. The growing strategic cooperation between Japan and the Philippines, the expansion of U.S. Japan-Philippines trilateral coordination, Australia's increasing military engagement in Southeast Asia, and the growing presence of European naval forces in the Indo-Pacific all reflect the same underlying geopolitical reality. The transfer of Japanese destroyers to the Philippines is not an isolated event. It is part of a much larger process of strategic balancing. History offers several parallels. Before the First World War, Imperial Germany's rapid rise encouraged the formation of balancing coalitions across Europe. During the Cold War, Soviet expansion produced an increasingly integrated alliance system designed to contain Soviet influence. In both cases, the challenge for the rising power was not simply the military capabilities of its principal rival, but the gradual emergence of a broader coalition of states sharing similar strategic concerns. China may be facing a similar dilemma. Beijing's greatest challenge in the coming decades may not be American military power alone. Rather, it may be the growing alignment of regional states that increasingly view collective security cooperation as necessary for preserving the balance of power in Asia. The deepening strategic relationship between Japan and the Philippines illustrates this trend. Their cooperation now extends beyond diplomacy to intelligence sharing, military exercises, defense technology transfers, reciprocal access agreements, and increasingly, integrated deterrence planning. Ironically, the stronger China becomes, the more incentives its neighbors have to cooperate with one another. And yet, this emerging coalition is not taking the form that many analysts once expected. The emerging security architecture of the Indo-Pacific differs fundamentally from the alliance systems that shaped 20th century Europe. Europe built its security around large, formal alliances. NATO became the central institution responsible for collective defense. Asia, however, is developing a very different model. What is emerging in the Indo-Pacific can best be described as networked deterrence. Rather than relying on a single alliance structure, regional powers are building an interconnected web of security relationships. The United States maintains alliances with both Japan and the Philippines. Japan and the Philippines are rapidly expanding bilateral defense cooperation. Australia is strengthening military ties with both countries. At the same time, trilateral and quadrilateral frameworks are creating new layers of strategic coordination. This produces something strategically significant: overlapping deterrence, distributed military capabilities, and strategic redundancy. If one partnership weakens, others remain. If one state faces pressure, others can provide support. The result is not a rigid alliance bloc, but a flexible and resilient security network. History offers an important parallel. Before the First World War, Britain maintained the European balance of power not through a single alliance, but through multiple overlapping partnerships and strategic understandings. No single relationship preserved stability. Rather, it was the collective weight of these interconnected arrangements that shaped the strategic environment. A similar pattern is beginning to emerge in the Indo-Pacific. The recent agreement between Tokyo and Manila to accelerate the transfer of Abukuma-class destroyers, expand TC-90 aircraft transfers, and pursue broader defense equipment cooperation illustrates how rapidly these networks are deepening. Japan's revised defense export policies are allowing military cooperation to evolve from diplomatic partnership into operational integration. For China, this creates a growing strategic challenge. Beijing is no longer confronting a series of isolated bilateral relationships. Instead, it increasingly faces an interconnected maritime ecosystem stretching across the First Island chain and beyond. This ecosystem is not designed to contain China completely. Rather, it is designed to ensure that no single power can dominate the maritime spaces of the Indo-Pacific. And that brings us back to the 6 ships themselves. At this point, a reasonable question emerges. If these ships are more than 30 years old, why do they matter so much? The answer is that military power is not measured solely by age or technological sophistication. It is measured by geography, mission, and strategic context. The Abukuma-class destroyer escorts were designed during the Cold War for precisely the kind of maritime environment that is re-emerging in the Western Pacific today. They are not large blue water destroyers designed to project power across oceans. They are compact, heavily armed escort vessels optimized for contested maritime spaces. Each ship provides capabilities that remain highly relevant: anti-submarine warfare, anti-surface warfare, maritime surveillance, escort operations, and sea denial missions. Equipped with Harpoon anti-ship missiles, anti-submarine rockets, torpedoes, sonar systems, electronic warfare suites, and close and defensive weapons. The Abukuma class was built to operate in an environment where detecting and denying an adversary's movement matters more than achieving absolute naval superiority. This is particularly important because one of the most significant military developments in Asia today is occurring beneath the sea surface. China's submarine fleet continues to expand in both size and capability. Nuclear-powered attack submarines, ballistic missile submarines, and advanced conventional submarines are becoming increasingly important components of China's maritime strategy. As a result, anti-submarine warfare is once again becoming one of the most critical military capabilities in the Indo-Pacific. And geography once again shapes strategy. The Luzon Strait and the Bashi Channel, located between Taiwan and the northern Philippines, represent some of the most important maritime choke points in the world. Any future crisis involving Taiwan, the South China Sea, or the broader Western Pacific would likely involve military operations through these narrow waterways. Northern Philippine waters are therefore becoming a critical strategic frontier. The Abukuma-class destroyers will not fundamentally alter the balance of power between China and the United States. 6 ships cannot accomplish that. But that misses the point. These vessels strengthen maritime domain awareness. They improve interoperability with allies. They enhance anti-submarine capabilities. And they reinforce the growing network of deterrence that is emerging across the First Island chain. In other words, the Abukuma-class destroyers do not change the balance of power by themselves. They strengthen the architecture of deterrence. And that architecture may ultimately define the future of Asia. The transfer of 6 Japanese destroyers to the Philippines reflects 5 major transformations reshaping the Indo-Pacific. The return of Japan as a strategic actor. The rise of the Philippines as a frontline maritime state. The emergence of networked deterrence, the gradual balancing of Chinese power, and the evolution of a new regional security order. The ships themselves will not change the balance of power. But they were never meant to. Their significance lies in what they represent, a growing maritime coalition stretching across the First Island chain, built not to defeat China or contain it completely, but to ensure that no single power dominates Asia's most important waters. The ships are old. The geopolitical reality they represent is entirely new.
The latest news out of Asia's maritime frontlines raises a simple but powerful question. What changes when a country stops talking about maritime security and starts receiving ships that can actually enforce it? Japan has just committed to providing 5 additional 97-meter Teresa Magbanua-class patrol vessels to the Philippine Coast Guard, turning a long-running partnership into a tangible shift at sea. This is not a ceremonial gesture. It is steel in the water, endurance on patrol, and presence where pressure has been constant. Think of it this way. For years, the Philippines has been asked to stand firm in contested waters with limited offshore assets, often facing larger and more numerous foreign vessels. 2 large patrol ships were never going to be enough for a country with one of the world's longest coastlines and some of the region's most sensitive sea lanes. With this Phase 3 expansion of the Maritime Safety Capability Improvement Project, financed primarily through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, Manila's fleet of Teresa Magbanua-class vessels jumps from 2 to 7, with deliveries expected between 2027 and 2028. That changes patrol tempo, response time, and credibility overnight. What makes this moment stand out is the strategic context. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, in talks with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., framed the move as more than capacity building. It is about ensuring that maritime rulers sail the waters they claim responsibility for. Unlike short-term donations or symbolic port calls, these vessels are purpose-built for long endurance, law enforcement presence, and sustained operations in rough seas. This is quiet, methodical power projection, the kind Japan prefers and understands. Now compare this with how other countries in Southeast Asia are upgrading their maritime forces. Vietnam and Indonesia are expanding Coast Guard fleets, but often through mixed procurement and slower timelines. smaller ASEAN states still rely heavily on aging platforms or limited offshore reach. Against that backdrop, the Philippines is suddenly leapfrogging into a different category of maritime enforcement, not through escalation, but through persistence. Seven large offshore patrol vessels mean continuous coverage, rotation without gaps, and the ability to show up consistently rather than episodically. At its core, this is why the news matters. Ships do not shout, they do not issue statements. They simply arrive, patrol, and stay. And in today's Indo-Pacific, staying power is a strategy. Japan's move signals that it understands this reality and that it is willing to help the Philippines meet pressure at sea with presence, professionalism, and permanence. At the center of this expansion is a ship design that quietly does a lot of heavy lifting, the Teresa Magbanua class. These are not symbolic hulls meant for photo ops. They are 97-meter multi-role response vessels engineered for long, grinding patrols. Exactly the kind of missions the Philippine Coast Guard is being forced to run more frequently in today's maritime environment. Based on Japan Coast Guard Kunigami-class designs, but tailored for Philippine conditions, these ships reflect a philosophy Japan has refined for decades. Endurance first, reliability always. The numbers explain why these vessels matter. At roughly 97 meters in length and 2,260 gross tons, they sit firmly in the large offshore patrol category. With a range exceeding 4,000 nautical miles and more than 15 days of endurance at sea, they are built to stay on station without constant port calls. A top speed of around 24 knots allows them to respond quickly when needed, but their real advantage is persistence, being present day after day, week after week, in waters where absence is often interpreted as weakness. Operationally, this class is designed for the full spectrum of Coast Guard missions. They support search and rescue, maritime law enforcement, logistics and resupply, and humanitarian assistance, often simultaneously. That versatility matters for a country like the Philippines, where a single patrol can involve disaster response one week and sovereignty enforcement the next. These ships are not about escalation. They are about control, continuity, and professional presence. Crucially, this is not an untested platform. The first two vessels, BRP Teresa Magbanua, MRRV 9701, and BRP Melchora Aquino, MRRV 9702, are already active with the Philippine Coast Guard. They have taken part in sustained offshore patrols and joint exercises, proving that the design works under real operational pressure, not just in trials or calm seas. Their performance has effectively validated the class and paved the way for the additional 5 hulls. These ships represent something bigger than specifications. They signal a shift from reactive deployments to continuous maritime governance. With 7 Teresa Magbanua-class vessels in service, the Philippine Coast Guard gains not just more ships, but the ability to rotate patrols, maintain presence without fatigue, and respond to crises without leaving gaps elsewhere. In today's Indo-Pacific, that kind of quiet, durable capability is exactly what shapes outcomes at sea. The defense relationship between Japan and the Philippines did not emerge overnight. It has been built patiently, deal by deal, year by year, with a clear focus on maritime security. Since 2013, the Maritime Safety Capability Improvement Project alone has delivered 12 Japanese-built patrol vessels to the Philippine Coast Guard, quietly transforming it from a lightly equipped service into a force capable of sustained offshore operations. Few partnerships in Southeast Asia have produced such concrete, operational outcomes over such a long period.
What makes this partnership stand out is its depth. Japan is not only supplying ships, it is also the Philippines' largest bilateral official development assistance partner, blending development finance with strategic security goals. This approach reflects Japan's traditional strength: long-term capacity building rather than short-term signaling. Each vessel, training program, or system upgrade is designed to last decades, not news cycles. Beyond patrol vessels, cooperation now spans crew training, maritime radar systems, information sharing, and regular joint exercises. These are not add-ons, they are force multipliers. Training ensures platforms are used to their full potential. Radar systems extend maritime domain awareness, and exercises build habits of coordination that matter during real-world incidents. Together, they point to growing defense interconnectivity, where Japanese and Philippine maritime forces increasingly operate with shared standards and expectations. In practical terms, this means Japan is no longer just a donor. It is a strategic enabler of Philippine maritime security. And in a region where pressure is applied incrementally and persistently, that kind of steady institutional support may prove more decisive than any single headline-grabbing deployment. Before the latest commitment of 5 new vessels, Japan had already reshaped the operational backbone of the Philippine Coast Guard through a carefully sequenced transfer of patrol ships. The first wave came with 10 44-meter Parola-class multi-role response vessels, which filled a long-standing gap in nearshore and mid-range patrol capability. These ships gave the PCG speed, flexibility, and the ability to respond quickly to maritime incidents that previously stretched its limited resources. The second, and far more consequential step, was the delivery of 2 97-meter Teresa Magbanua-class large patrol vessels. These ships pushed the PCG decisively into the offshore domain. With long endurance, greater seakeeping, and the ability to remain deployed for weeks at a time, they enabled sustained patrols deep inside the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, where visibility and presence matter most. For the first time, the PCG could maintain extended operations without relying on constant port access or naval support. Together, these Japanese-supplied vessels transformed how the PCG operates. Instead of reacting sporadically to incidents, it gained the capacity to patrol continuously, respond faster, and remain on station longer. In a maritime environment where challenges often emerge far from shore and unfold over days, not hours, this shift has been critical. The success of these earlier ships is precisely why the expansion to 5 additional Teresa Magbanua-class vessels is being treated not as an experiment, but as the logical next phase in a proven capability pathway. Out at sea, tension in the South China Sea no longer arrives with dramatic declarations or open conflict. It shows up quietly, through close-range maneuvering, blocking actions, water cannons, and prolonged shadowing.
MRRG 4406. You are advised that you are currently sailing inside the Philippines.
For the Philippine Coast Guard, encounters with the China Coast Guard near disputed features have become increasingly frequent and routine. Each incident may appear limited on its own, but together they form a sustained pattern of pressure designed to wear down presence and resolve over time. The imbalance at sea is stark. China operates hundreds of Coast Guard vessels, many of them large, steel-hulled ships capable of long-range, extended offshore operations. In sheer numbers and mass, this fleet outclasses those of Southeast Asian states combined. This numerical dominance allows Beijing to rotate ships constantly, maintain near-permanent coverage, and apply pressure without exhausting its own forces. A classic advantage in gray zone competition.
These dynamics are precisely why modern patrol assets matter.
Gray zone tactics thrive where presence is thin, endurance is limited, and response times are slow. Large, long-range patrol vessels disrupt that logic. They stay on station longer, rotate without gaps, and make it harder for coercive behavior to go uncontested. In today's South China Sea, deterrence is not about firepower, it is about persistence, visibility, and the ability to show up every single day. Japan's expanding role in Philippine maritime security reflects a deliberate strategic shift, not a temporary adjustment. Under its 2022 national security strategy, Tokyo moved beyond a traditionally restrained posture toward proactive security support, explicitly linking Japan's own safety to stability in surrounding regions. Assistance to partners like the Philippines, especially in maritime law enforcement and domain awareness, fits squarely within this framework. It is defensive in nature, lawful in purpose, and aimed at preventing escalation by strengthening the ability of frontline states to manage pressure on their own terms. Alongside Japan, the United States continues to play a central role. A U.S.-led maritime security program is currently reinforcing the Philippine Coast Guard over a 3-year period, focusing on operational readiness, coordination, and sustainment. This effort complements Japan's hardware-focused contributions by improving how assets are deployed, maintained, and integrated during real-world operations. Equally important are regular joint Coast Guard exercises involving the Philippines, Japan, and the United States. These drills are not symbolic. They build interoperability at the working level, communications, procedures, and command coordination, so that cooperation during incidents is instinctive rather than improvised. Over time, this creates a shared operating culture across maritime agencies.
These efforts form a triangular security architecture:
Quiet, persistent, and practical. Rather than relying on overt military signaling, it emphasizes law enforcement presence, capacity building, and collective resilience. The objective is straightforward: deter coercion, reduce gray zone advantages, and uphold a rules-based maritime order without pushing the region toward open confrontation. The arrival of 5 additional multi-role response vessels, MRRVs, fundamentally changes how the Philippine Coast Guard operates in the West Philippine Sea and across the country's wider maritime zones. Until now, 2 large offshore patrol vessels, no matter how capable, were simply not enough to sustain constant coverage over one of the largest exclusive economic zones in Asia. Gaps were inevitable, rotations were stretched, and presence could not always be maintained where pressure was most intense.
With 7 large MRRVs in service, the equation shifts.
The PCG will be able to deploy simultaneously across multiple EEZ sectors, maintain continuous presence in contested waters, and still retain flexibility for surveillance, logistics, and search and rescue missions elsewhere. This is less about speed or confrontation and more about endurance, being there consistently without burning out crews or platforms. In maritime security, consistency is leverage. These patrol vessels play a quiet but decisive role in deterring unlawful maritime claims. By increasing persistent presence, they reinforce the Philippines' ability to exercise and enforce its sovereign rights under international law. Gray zone tactics rely on intimidation, fatigue, and the assumption that smaller forces will eventually pull back. Large, visible, and capable patrol ships disrupt that assumption.
While these MRRVs are not combat warships,
They do not need to be. Their endurance, sensors, and command and control systems make them formidable tools for maritime law enforcement. Every additional day they remain on station reduces the effectiveness of coercive behavior and raises the cost of pressure tactics without escalating to military confrontation. This procurement aligns directly with the Philippines' broader armed forces modernization program, which increasingly prioritizes Coast Guard capabilities, maritime domain awareness, and interoperability with trusted partners. Strengthening the PCG is not separate from national defense. It is a frontline layer of it, especially in a contested maritime environment. Japan's role has been central to closing long-standing gaps. Through official development assistance and security cooperation frameworks, Tokyo has enabled the acquisition of patrol vessels, coastal radar systems, and sustained training support.
This approach complements defense modernization by focusing on platforms and capabilities that are legal, defensive, and stabilizing, exactly where the Philippines needs the most reinforcement.
Strategically, the implications extend well beyond the delivery of 5 ships. The Philippines gains a stronger deterrence posture in the South China Sea, while Japan-Philippines defense cooperation deepens into a mature, operational partnership. Together with the United States, these efforts strengthen a regional security architecture built on coordination rather than escalation. This cooperation also sends a signal outward. It encourages complementary support from other partners, whether European maritime contributors, U.S. aviation and logistics programs, or future ASEAN collaborations. More broadly, it offers a model for maritime law enforcement partnerships that other Southeast Asian states could adapt to their own needs.
Japan's commitment to provide 5 additional Teresa Magbanua-class patrol vessels marks a major milestone in Philippine maritime capability.
It reflects growing regional partnerships, a measured response to rising maritime tensions, and a clear shift toward deeper defense collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. More importantly, it strengthens Manila's ability to uphold sovereignty through presence, professionalism, and persistence, contributing not just to national security, but to long-term stability across contested waters.
If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
Meantime, a defense pact between Japan and the Philippines takes effect, allowing their troops to enter each other's territory for training and joint operations.
The Japan-Philippines security axis is accelerating faster than any other defense partnership in the Indo-Pacific.
And the latest development marks another leap forward. On November 26, 2025, Philippine Navy Chief Vice Admiral Jose Ambrosio Espeleta confirmed that Manila is now seeking 5 additional retired TC-90 maritime patrol aircraft from Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, a move that comes on the heels of ongoing talks about Japan's possible transfer of retired Abukuma-class destroyer escorts. These are not minor requests. They are building blocks of a strategic transformation that is redefining how Manila monitors, defends, and asserts presence across its vast maritime territory. For Japan, this deepening cooperation reflects its expanding security role across the first island chain. For the Philippines, it is a critical step in closing long-standing surveillance gaps at sea. As Vice Admiral Espeleta put it clearly, "We still have a lot of gaps in our maritime domain awareness, so we want to determine if we can incorporate these additional aircraft into our fleet." Beneath that simple statement lies a much bigger story, one of 2 democracies aligning their capabilities, doctrines, and strategic futures at a moment when maritime tensions are rising and the need for credible, coordinated defense has never been more urgent.
A diplomatic row between China and Japan stirring up old maritime tensions. China has sent a Coast Guard ship formation through islands that are claimed by both Beijing and Tokyo.
The Philippines is urgently seeking more TC-90 aircraft because it faces a surveillance challenge unlike anything most nations confront. With a 2.26 million square kilometer exclusive economic zone, one of the largest in Asia, the country is responsible for monitoring waters so vast that even major navies struggle to patrol such distances.
Yet Manila can currently keep watch over only about 30% of this maritime expanse, leaving enormous blind spots that Chinese Coast Guard vessels, maritime militia, and research ships routinely exploit. This is where the TC-90 becomes critically important. Originally used by Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force for pilot training and maritime reconnaissance, the twin turboprop aircraft has proven ideal for the Philippines' needs. Slow enough to observe fishing vessels up close, fast enough to cover long stretches of coastline, and versatile enough to track militia swarms, shadow suspicious ships, and conduct route surveillance over hotspots like Scarborough Shoal, the Batanes Islands, and Palawan's contested waters. But the significance of the TC-90 goes beyond its technical performance. It carries strategic and historical weight. When Japan first transferred 5 TC-90s to the Philippines in 2017 and 2018, it marked Tokyo's first ever transfer of military aircraft abroad, made possible only after Japan relaxed its strict defense export rules in 2014.
These TC-90s primarily will be used to patrol our maritime domain.
That transfer broke decades-old barriers and signaled Japan's willingness to take on a more proactive role in regional security. As Japan's Ministry of Defense said at the time, the TC-90 transfer symbolizes Japan's commitment to supporting regional maritime security. 8 years later, the symbolism has matured into a hard strategy. The Philippines needs more eyes in the sky, and Japan is emerging as the partner most willing and most capable of filling that gap.
Japan's growing list of defense transfers to the Philippines is no longer just a series of isolated donations. It has evolved into a structured, long-term security partnership that is accelerating faster than any Manila-Tokyo cooperation in modern history. Tokyo has already delivered advanced air surveillance radar systems and is now preparing to send new coastal monitoring radars under its Official Security Assistance (OSA) framework, part of Japan's expanding portfolio of military aid to like-minded Indo-Pacific states. Even surveillance drones, maritime intelligence equipment, and additional pilot training programs are now part of ongoing discussions. What makes these transfers strategically transformative is how they align with the Philippines' rapid establishment of new forward operating bases across its northern frontier, including the emerging hub in Mahatao, Batanes, a mere 200 kilometers from Taiwan. As these outposts begin to take shape, Japan's radars, patrol aircraft, and future unmanned systems will help Manila monitor the Luzon Strait, the North Philippine Sea, and the increasingly contested West Philippine Sea with far greater accuracy and persistence than ever before. This is not simply capacity building. It is the creation of a shared surveillance architecture stretching across the first island chain. And Japan is not limiting its support to hardware alone. Tokyo has opened its doors to Philippine sailors and aviators undergoing anti-submarine warfare training, an area where Japan's expertise is world-class and essential for detecting growing Chinese submarine activity near Philippine waters. As Vice Admiral Espeleta acknowledged, Japan is helping us with intelligence sharing and anti-submarine expertise. We need this to build a modern navy. The message behind these transfers is unmistakable. Japan is no longer just helping the Philippines watch its seas, it is helping Manila prepare to defend them. The possible transfer of Japan's Abukuma-class destroyer escorts represents one of the most significant naval modernization opportunities the Philippines has faced in years, not simply because of the ships themselves, but because of what they symbolize in Manila-Tokyo security relations. Built between 1989 and 1993, the 6 Abukuma-class vessels that the Philippine Navy inspected are proven multi-role workhorses, designed with a strong emphasis on anti-submarine warfare, coastal patrol operations, and escort missions. Exactly the kind of gap-filling capabilities the Philippines urgently needs as Chinese submarines, Coast Guard cutters, and maritime militia push deeper into contested waters. Vice Admiral Espeleta's request for at least 3 vessels reflects a pragmatic doctrine rather than ambition. 1 ship deployed on operational patrols, 1 in scheduled maintenance, and 1 dedicated to crew training and systems integration. This rotation ensures that the Navy maintains real, uninterrupted maritime presence without overtaxing new assets, a critical lesson learned from previous fleets that wore out faster than they could be replaced. But the true complexity lies not in the ship's condition, but in the legal and political debate unfolding in Tokyo. Japan's current arms export restrictions limit the transfer of lethal weaponry,
a legacy of its post-war pacifist constitution. Yet the ruling Liberal Democratic Party has been openly pushing to relax these rules, arguing that Japan must support partners facing coercion and contribute more meaningfully to regional stability. If the Abukuma transfer moves forward, it would mark one of Japan's largest ever military equipment exports and a historic expansion of defense cooperation with the Philippines, a signal that Tokyo is stepping firmly into its role as a proactive security actor. For Manila, receiving these ships would not only strengthen its naval posture, but also deepen integration with Japan's fleet, doctrine, and maritime strategy. For Tokyo, it would represent a turning point in its willingness to empower partner nations facing the same strategic pressures it confronts from Beijing. The Abukuma-class vessels are more than hulls and hardware. They are a test case for how far the Japan-Philippines strategic partnership is prepared to go.
The Philippines is pursuing more TC-90s and potentially Abukuma-class ships because these platforms directly support the country's most urgent doctrinal and strategic requirements as it shifts from internal insurgency operations to full external defense. At the core of this transition is maritime domain awareness, the ability to actually see, track, and understand what is happening across the vastness of the West Philippine Sea and along the northern approaches facing Taiwan. TC-90 aircraft are essential in closing these surveillance gaps. They fill the space between drones, coastal radars, and satellite feeds, creating a continuous watch that exposes the movements of Chinese militia swarms, Coast Guard cutters, survey vessels, and submarines before they can position themselves for coercive actions. At the same time, the potential acquisition of Abukuma-class destroyer escorts speaks to an even deeper doctrinal need: anti-submarine warfare. As China increases its submarine deployments in the South China Sea, including quiet diesel-electric boats capable of hiding in deep trenches off Palawan and Luzon, the Philippines urgently requires ships equipped with sonar, torpedoes, and trained crews capable of detecting and tracking undersea threats. These vessels would provide Manila with a baseline ASW capability it currently does not possess. Together, the TC-99s and Abukumas serve a broader transformation already underway within the armed forces of the Philippines, a pivot toward regional deterrence that aligns Manila with the archipelagic defense strategies of the United States and Japan. By strengthening maritime surveillance, expanding ASW capacity, and integrating into allied networks, the Philippines is not just acquiring equipment, it is building the doctrinal foundation of a modern external defense force prepared for the strategic realities of the Indo-Pacific.
Meantime, a defense pact between Japan and the Philippines takes effect, allowing their troops to enter each other's territory for training and joint operations.
The engine driving this entire wave of Japan-Philippines defense cooperation is the Reciprocal Access Agreement, a pact that quietly but decisively rewires how the two countries operate together. Now fully in force, the RAA removes the bureaucratic barriers that once slowed joint training, ship movements, overflight permissions, and equipment transfers, replacing them with a framework similar in spirit to the US-Japan Status of Forces Agreement. With the RAA, Japanese maritime self-defense force vessels can conduct more frequent port calls. Japanese troops can rotate for exercises with minimal paperwork, and both nations can stage joint operations with a level of logistical ease that would have been unthinkable only a few years ago. This isn't just about convenience, it is about interoperability becoming the norm rather than the exception. It allows MSDF aircraft and Philippine crews to train together on maritime patrol missions, enables destroyers and Philippine Navy vessels to rehearse anti-submarine drills, and opens the door for more complex deployments across Batanes, Luzon, and Palawan. As Vice Admiral Espeleta put it, now that the RAA is in place, we expect more regular exercises and more port calls from the MSDF. But the deeper significance is geopolitical. The RAA effectively anchors the Philippines inside the Japan-US-Philippines security triangle, one of the Indo-Pacific's most important and rapidly consolidating defense alignments. With the RAA in force, Tokyo and Manila are no longer occasional partners. They are operationally linked, strategically synchronized, and positioned to act together across the first island chain at a time when maritime tensions are rising and collective deterrence has never mattered more.
The deepening Japan-Philippines partnership cannot be understood without recognizing the accelerating tension in the West Philippine Sea.
where China's coercion has reached levels that neither Manila nor Tokyo can afford to ignore. Water cannon strikes powerful enough to injure sailors, dangerous intercepts near Ayungin Shoal, and the relentless presence of China's maritime militia swarms have turned Philippine patrols into high-risk missions, where every approach, every maneuver, and every mile traversed must be filmed, logged, and prepared for escalation. Beneath the surface, the situation is just as troubling. Chinese submarines have stepped up their patrols through vital sea lanes and choke points, moving quietly through waters that connect the South China Sea to the Pacific, exactly the routes Japan depends on for energy, trade, and maritime security. This is why Tokyo is so deeply engaged. Japan sees the Philippines not just as a partner, but as the critical southern anchor of the first island chain, the geographic barrier that shapes China's strategic reach and influences any potential Taiwan contingency. By strengthening Manila's surveillance capabilities, Japan helps protect sea lanes that carry its oil from the Middle East, supports early warning systems that matter for Taiwan's defense, and reinforces the principle that freedom of navigation must be defended, not merely declared. At the heart of this alignment is a simple truth. Japan and the Philippines are frontline states facing the same pattern of Chinese assertiveness. Their challenges are intertwined, their vulnerabilities overlap, and their security is now inseparable. In this context, every TC-90 aircraft added, every radar installed, every port call made under the RAA becomes part of a shared strategic shield, a regional response to a regional threat. The Philippines' pursuit of more TC-90s and the potential acquisition of Abukuma-class ships directly reshape the Navy's future posture, creating what defense planners increasingly describe as a triangle of defense, a geographic and operational framework that finally gives Manila layered coverage across its most vulnerable maritime frontiers. In the north, bases in Batanes, armed with Japanese radars and reinforced by U.S. surveillance platforms, provide early warning across the Luzon Strait, a choke point critical not only for Philippine security, but for Taiwan contingency scenarios. To the west, TC-90 patrol planes, fixed coastal radars, and the newly deployed BrahMos missile batteries form the backbone of deterrence in the West Philippine Sea, giving the Philippines the eyes, the tracking data, and the strike capability needed to monitor, and if necessary, challenge hostile movements near Scarborough Shoal and Second Thomas Shoal. In the south, maritime patrol expansion and upgraded ports strengthen the Navy's ability to respond to gray zone activity, smuggling routes, and potential incursions into the Sulu and Celebes seas. The synergy of these assets becomes even clearer when viewed through the lens of modernization. The TC-90s, with their long flight endurance and wide area coverage, dramatically enhance the reconnaissance and targeting picture for systems like BrahMos, giving mobile missile batteries the real-time intelligence they need to track surface targets across hundreds of kilometers. Meanwhile, the Abukuma-class destroyer escorts would provide badly needed anti-submarine and escort capabilities, allowing the Navy to protect its patrol ships, safeguard undersea cables, and accompany logistical convoys during crises. All of this supports a broader evolution unfolding within the service. The Philippine Navy is no longer merely a coastal constabulary force. It is beginning to function as a true maritime defense institution with layered surveillance, strike readiness, and multi-domain coordination. As Vice Admiral Espeleta put it plainly, "We're trying to build a modern Navy. We need expertise from Japan and the US." That statement captures the transition now underway. These acquisitions are not about prestige hardware. They are about transforming the Navy into a force that can detect earlier, respond faster, and operate confidently in a region where maritime threats are becoming more complex, more coordinated, and more strategically consequential by the year.
The Philippines' move to acquire more TC-90 patrol aircraft and potentially bring Abukuma-class ships into its fleet marks a historic acceleration in its military modernization. But more importantly, it signals the emergence of a new security architecture taking shape across the Indo-Pacific. What once felt like cautious cooperation has now matured into one of the region's fastest-growing strategic partnerships, with Japan stepping forward as Manila's closest security partner after the United States. The RAA has transformed a relationship from episodic cooperation into a living framework. Intelligence sharing, joint patrols, anti-submarine training, and asset transfers are no longer symbolic gestures, but the building blocks of a durable security alliance.
For the Philippines, this means greater surveillance, stronger deterrence, and a navy that can finally watch, respond, and defend across the vastness of its maritime territory. For the region, it represents something even larger, a shift toward a collaborative Indo-Pacific, where frontline democracies reinforce one another, where deterrence is shared, and where security is built not on isolation, but on partnership. In a time of rising maritime coercion, Japan and the Philippines are proving that cooperation is not just an option. It is the new strategic currency of a region determined to shape its own future.
If you like the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
The Philippine Navy is very excited on the addition of the TC-90s to its inventory of air assets. These aircrafts shall perform critical roles in the mandates of the Philippine Navy, particularly in the aspects of maritime security and territorial defense.
Did Japan just supercharge the Philippines' eyes in the sky and shift the balance of maritime security in the region? In a bold move that's heating up defense cooperation in the Indo-Pacific in 2026, Japan has gifted 5 Beechcraft King Air TC-90 maritime patrol aircraft to the Philippine Navy, marking one of the most consequential enhancements to Manila's maritime surveillance muscle in recent memory. Aircraft flying long and wide over the West Philippine Sea and Luzon Strait, spotting threats, illegal incursions, and hostile maneuvers long before they reach Filipino shores. That's not science fiction, that's the TC-90 in action. These patrol planes extend surveillance far beyond what the Philippines' indigenous air assets could traditionally manage, giving Manila real-time eyes across its vast 2.2 million square kilometer maritime domain.
The Naval Air Group headquarters in Sangli, Cavite to witness the transfer of 2 TC-90 patrol aircraft of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force to the Philippine Navy.
Compared to other regional players, this kind of capability used to be the exclusive domain of larger militaries like Australia, Japan itself, and the United States. Countries with dedicated fleets of maritime patrol aircraft such as P-8 Poseidons and P-3 Orions. For the Philippines, traditionally reliant on smaller radar systems and limited air patrols, the TC-90 donation is a giant leap forward in operational reach and situational awareness. It's akin to going from candlelight to floodlights in the realm of maritime security. What makes this transfer even more remarkable is not just the gear itself, but what it symbolizes: a deepening strategic partnership rooted in shared security concerns, especially against the backdrop of rising tensions and contested waters in the South China Sea. Japan's decision to gift, not merely lease, these aircraft reflects a trusted alliance and mutual commitment to a rules-based regional order, reassuring Filipinos and regional neighbors that Manila isn't standing alone. This isn't just defense hardware arriving in Cavite. It's a turning point in how the Philippines watches over its seas, asserts its territorial rights, and integrates into a broader network of allies working to keep the Indo-Pacific stable and secure. The TC-90 is a militarized version of the Beechcraft King Air Model 90, specifically upgraded for maritime patrol, reconnaissance, surveillance, and search and rescue missions. Compact yet highly versatile, it is designed to operate effectively over the Philippines' expansive maritime domain, making it a crucial asset for monitoring territorial waters and exclusive economic zones. With a range of over 2,400 kilometers, the TC-90 can conduct extended patrols across the country's 2.26 million square kilometer exclusive economic zone, providing consistent surveillance over remote areas that were previously difficult to monitor. Its cruise speed exceeds 400 kilometers per hour, and it is operated by a 2-person flight crew, with room for mission specialists who manage onboard sensors, communications, and reconnaissance equipment. Originally used by the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force for pilot training, these aircraft have been repurposed by the Philippine Navy to fill critical gaps in aerial surveillance capabilities. They now serve as a key tool in enhancing maritime domain awareness, strengthening national security,
and supporting the Philippines' ability to respond to both natural and man-made challenges across its waters.
The gift of the 5 TC-90 aircraft represents a historic milestone in defense cooperation between Japan and the Philippines. It is the first time Japan has transferred military aircraft to another country under its revised defense equipment export policy, signaling a major shift in Tokyo's approach to regional security partnerships. This bold step reflects growing strategic trust and shared interest in maintaining stability across the Indo-Pacific. For the Philippines, the TC-90s provide a significant upgrade to its aerial patrol capabilities, complementing its existing fleet of smaller aircraft such as the Britten-Norman Islanders. Unlike these smaller planes, the TC-90s are fixed-wing aircraft capable of extended surveillance, higher speed, and larger operational range, allowing the Navy to monitor far-flung maritime areas that were previously difficult to patrol.
These TC-90s primarily will be used to patrol our maritime domain.
The aircraft also enhance maritime domain awareness, a critical capability for an archipelagic nation of over 7,600 islands, with vast and sometimes contested maritime borders. By improving detection, reconnaissance, and response capacity, the TC-90s strengthen the Philippines' ability to safeguard its waters, protect resources, and uphold sovereignty in increasingly complex regional security conditions.
Meantime, a defense pact between Japan and the Philippines takes effect, allowing their troops to enter each other's territory for training and joint operations.
Japan and the Philippines have steadily deepened their defense cooperation since the mid-2010s, reflecting shared security interests in the region. In 2016, the two countries signed an agreement on defense equipment and technology transfer, marking a historic shift for Japan as it broke decades of self-imposed restrictions on arms exports. This agreement laid the groundwork for tangible military support to Manila and signaled Tokyo's growing willingness to contribute to regional security beyond traditional humanitarian assistance.
Between 2017 and 2018, the transfer of 5 TC-90 maritime patrol aircraft was completed, accompanied by extensive training programs for Philippine pilots and maintenance crews at Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, JMSDF, facilities. This ensured that the aircraft would be fully operational and effectively integrated into the Philippine Navy's surveillance capabilities. Since then, the bilateral partnership has expanded to include joint exercises, delivery of radar systems, and a visiting forces reciprocal access agreement, enabling more coordinated and sustained military activities. Former Philippine officials have described these developments as a milestone in defense cooperation, reflecting a transition from purely humanitarian support to strategic capability building, and positioning the Philippines as a more capable and resilient actor in regional maritime security. The deployment of TC-90 aircraft carries significant regional security implications in the Indo-Pacific. The Philippines faces ongoing territorial disputes with China, particularly around Scarborough Shoal and broader areas of the West Philippine Sea. Monitoring and defending these contested waters has been a persistent challenge, given the country's vast maritime domain and limited aerial surveillance capabilities. Japan's gift of TC-90 patrol aircraft directly enhances Manila's maritime domain awareness, allowing the Philippine Navy to cover areas that were previously unmonitored or difficult to patrol. This expanded reach improves early detection of potential incursions, supports maritime law enforcement, and strengthens the country's ability to respond to a variety of threats. Beyond defense, these capabilities also help counter illegal fishing, smuggling, and other unregulated maritime activities, challenges that are common across ASEAN states. By boosting the Philippines' patrol reach and operational effectiveness, Tokyo is not only aiding Manila, but also contributing indirectly to regional deterrence and stability, reinforcing a rules-based order in contested waters, and signaling that strategic partnerships in the region are becoming more proactive and tangible. Philippine and Japanese officials have consistently highlighted the strategic importance of the TC-90 transfers, even if recent quotes on the specific donation are limited. Philippine Navy leadership has emphasized the need to expand aerial patrol capabilities to address persistent gaps in maritime domain awareness. Vice Admiral Jose Ma Ambrosio Espeleta noted the challenges posed by the country's vast maritime territory and stressed the importance of stepping up patrols to ensure effective monitoring and response across the archipelago.
From Japan's perspective, the equipment transfers are framed within the broader free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, signaling Tokyo's commitment to maintaining peaceful and stable seas. Japanese officials have portrayed the donation not simply as a bilateral gesture, but as part of a larger regional effort to enhance maritime security, build capacity among partner nations, and reinforce the rules-based order in contested waters. Together, these statements show both countries' intent, strengthening the Philippines' maritime capabilities while supporting broader regional stability.
The TC-90 fleet provides the Philippine Navy with a significant boost in operational capability and strategic flexibility. One of the most immediate benefits is extended surveillance. These fixed-wing aircraft can cover vast distances that smaller planes like the Britain-Norman Islanders simply cannot reach, enabling continuous monitoring across the Philippines' 2.26 million square kilometers exclusive economic zone. This increased aerial coverage improves early warning, rapid response to incidents, and overall maritime situational awareness. The versatility of the TC-90s further enhances their value. Beyond maritime patrol and reconnaissance, they can support search and rescue operations, provide logistical transport for personnel and supplies, and assist in environmental monitoring, such as tracking illegal fishing or monitoring coastal ecosystems. This multi-role capability ensures that the aircraft contribute meaningfully to both peacetime and contingency operations, making them a cornerstone of the Navy's operational planning. The aircraft also integrate seamlessly with existing naval infrastructure. Their operations complement surface vessels, shore-based radar systems, and future intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance (ISR) platforms, creating a more cohesive and networked maritime defense posture. In addition, Japan's commitment to supplying spare parts and maintenance support has allowed the Philippine Navy to keep these aging airframes in active service, ensuring operational readiness and prolonging the fleet's lifespan. Looking forward, defense cooperation between Japan and the Philippines is expected to deepen and expand. Manila has expressed interest in acquiring additional TC-90s as Japan retires more aircraft, though transfers are contingent on inspections and formal negotiations. Such acquisitions would further close gaps in maritime domain awareness and increase patrol frequency over contested and remote areas. Beyond additional aircraft, joint training exercises and enhanced maintenance support are likely to accompany any future transfers, strengthening interoperability and skill development for Philippine crews. Japan may also explore providing other platforms, such as Abukuma-class destroyers or advanced surveillance systems, signaling a trajectory toward broader strategic and operational partnership. This forward-looking approach reflects a shared understanding of emerging regional security challenges, from maritime disputes to non-traditional threats like smuggling and illegal fishing. The gift of 5 TC-90 maritime patrol aircraft from Japan to the Philippine Navy is more than a simple equipment transfer. It is strategically meaningful, operationally transformative, and diplomatically symbolic. The aircraft expand the Philippines' maritime surveillance reach, enhance operational flexibility, and integrate with existing defense infrastructure to provide a more resilient and capable naval posture. At the same time, the donation shows the depth of bilateral defense ties and a shared commitment to regional stability in the Indo-Pacific. With the possibility of further transfers, joint exercises, and expanded support, this partnership is poised to evolve in tandem with the security demands of the region, strengthening both countries' capacity to respond to emerging challenges. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion. It was early morning on May 6, 2026. A convoy of Japanese military trucks rolled across the sand dunes of Kulili Point in Powai,
a coastal town in northern Philippines. Their cargo, truck-mounted anti-ship missiles, pointed out toward the South China Sea. Senior defense officials from Japan, the Philippines, the United States, and Australia were watching. Japan's Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi and Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro stood side by side in the observation area. Cameras were ready. The world was about to see something it had not seen since 1945. An audible click. Then two missiles launched in quick succession. They unfolded their wings and skimmed low over the water, racing toward a target 46 miles offshore. 6 minutes later, the retired Philippine Navy warship BRP Quezon, a World War II-era corvette, was on fire and sinking. Japan had just fired offensive missiles on foreign soil for the first time since the end of the Second World War.
This year, over 17,000 personnel from the Philippines, the United States, and from our partner nations, Australia, Canada, France, Japan, New Zealand, and let me also add the United Kingdom. We stand shoulder to shoulder in this exercise.
The drill was part of Exercise Balikatan 2026, the annual joint military exercise between the United States and the Philippines. In Tagalog, Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder. This year's edition was the biggest and most ambitious version yet. More than 17,000 troops took part. Around 10,000 were American. About 1,400 were Japanese. Canada, France, Australia, and New Zealand also joined, the first time some of these nations participated in actual training events alongside the core partners. The exercises were held along the western coast of the Philippines, directly facing the South China Sea. That location was not an accident. Every missile fired in that direction carries a message. This year, the message was louder than ever. The Japanese Type 88 missiles launched from the Poway sand dunes were part of a joint task force maritime strike exercise. The 1st Surface-to-Ship Missile Regiment of Japan's Ground Self-Defense Force conducted the launch alongside U.S. Marine Corps units, including HIMARS rocket artillery systems. USNI News, which had journalists on the ground, reported that one of the two Type 88 missiles struck the BRP Quezon directly, while the second passed over the smoke cloud and missed. But the ship still sank. The Type 88 is not a cutting-edge system. Japan designed it during the Cold War. But old does not mean weak. The Type 88 surface-to-ship missile, also called the SSM-1, is built for one purpose: denying enemy warships safe passage near the coast. It is mounted on a 6x6 military truck with 6 launch tubes. Each missile is about 5 meters long, flies at high subsonic speed close to the water's surface, and carries a 225-kilogram high explosive warhead. Its maximum range is around 180 kilometers. What makes the system valuable is its mobility. Because the launchers are on trucks, they can move quickly, hide easily, and fire from multiple positions. This makes them very hard for an enemy to target and destroy before they shoot.
A rocket capability. That capability extends the reach of our forces, and we're training with the Philippine Army and as well as with the Japanese in their rocket capability.
Army Recognition, a specialist defense publication, called it a real coastal strike weapon built to threaten ships operating near shore. Japan's military is now in the process of replacing the Type 88 with a newer, more advanced missile called the Type 12. That replacement plan turns out to be a key part of the next chapter of this story. The exercise itself was already big news. But what happened 9 days later changed the story entirely. On May 15, 2026, Japanese public broadcaster NHK reported that Japan's defense ministry is now considering exporting the Type 88 surface-to-ship missile system to the Philippines. According to sources cited by NHK, the Philippines had expressed interest in acquiring the system shortly after watching the Balikatan demonstration. Tokyo then began an internal review of whether and how to proceed. When reporters asked Defense Minister Koizumi about it directly, he gave a careful but significant answer. Nothing has been decided at this point, but we intend to decide what would be exported, based on the agreement on enhanced defense equipment and technology cooperation reached with my Philippine counterpart. That statement, measured as it sounds, is historic. Japan is not just watching the region change. It is thinking about arming a neighbor to help defend it. To understand why this is a turning point, you need to understand where Japan was just a year ago. For most of the past 80 years, Japan held firm to strict rules against exporting weapons. It was part of how Japan rebuilt its international reputation after World War II, by staying out of the global arms trade entirely. The country could build weapons for its own defense, but selling lethal weapons abroad was essentially off the table. That changed in April 2026. Reuters reported that Japan unveiled its biggest overhaul of defense export rules in decades. The old system had 5 narrow categories of equipment Japan could export. Things like rescue gear, surveillance equipment, and minesweeping tools. Under the new rules, those restrictions were scrapped. Japan can now sell warships, missiles, and other weapon systems on a case-by-case basis, as long as the deals go through a screening process and the recipient is not a country at war. This was not a small tweak, it was a structural shift, the kind that takes years to reverse, if it ever is reversed. And the Type 88 deal fits the new framework almost perfectly. Japan needs to phase out the older missile as it upgrades to the Type 12 anyway. Exporting the Type 88 to the Philippines allows Japan to reduce older inventory, generate goodwill, and help an ally strengthen its coastal defenses, all at once. Japan today reported that Tokyo is also considering exporting Abukuma-class destroyer escorts and the Type 03 medium-range surface-to-air missile system to the Philippines in parallel talks. For Manila, the timing makes perfect sense. The Philippines sits at the front line of China's expansion in the South China Sea. Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia ships have repeatedly blocked and harassed Philippine resupply missions to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. Chinese vessels have used water cannons, lasers, and blocking maneuvers against smaller Philippine boats. The pressure has been relentless and, in Manila's view, is getting worse. Philippine Defense Secretary Teodoro put it bluntly during Balikatan's closing ceremony, speaking about the Tomahawk missile demonstration, in which the U.S. fired a cruise missile from Tacloban in Leyte all the way to a target in Nueva Ecija. He said, "This demonstration, where 600 kilometers away it was launched and hit a very, very precise target to the millimeter, was a demonstration of why continuous investments in our defense capabilities are necessary in the evolution of technology and vulnerabilities in the world today." AFP Chief General Romeo Bronner Jr. was even more direct. "We have plans of procuring more of the missile systems that we saw recently used here in the Balikatan exercise. That is the future direction of the armed forces of the Philippines as we modernize our capabilities." The Philippines does not aim to build a military force equal to China's. Nobody is expecting that. What Manila wants is enough coastal strike capability to make any Chinese military action extremely costly, to deter an attack before it happens. Anti-ship missiles do exactly that. They are the backbone of what defense analysts call distributed deterrence, where many mobile launchers spread across a coastline force an attacker to deal with threats coming from multiple directions at once. There is a strategic concept that frames everything happening right now: the First Island Chain. The First Island Chain is an arc of territory that runs from Japan's southwestern islands down through Taiwan and continues south through the Philippine archipelago all the way to Borneo. This arc sits like a barrier between China's coastline and the open Pacific Ocean. If China's Navy wants to operate freely in the Western Pacific, it needs to get past or through this island chain. Here is the key point. Japan sits on the northern end of that arc. The Philippines sits on the southern end. If those two countries coordinate their coastal defenses, they cover the two most important gateways China would need to pass through. Japan and the Philippines, armed with compatible anti-ship missiles, create overlapping kill zones across the chain. Beijing understands this perfectly. China's state media outlet Global Times quoted a Chinese military affairs expert who dismissed the Type 88 as aging offensive weaponry with limited military threats, but then added that for a country that was once an aggressor and defeated power in World War II, such actions are clearly offensive in nature and highly dangerous. The concern was not really about the Type 88's range. It was about what the transfer represents: two of China's neighbors choosing to arm each other along the perimeter of China's maritime expansion. Japan and the Philippines have both signed major agreements that formalize this cooperation. Their Reciprocal Access Agreement, signed in July 2024, entered into force in September 2025, giving each country's military the right to train on the other's soil. An acquisition and cross-servicing agreement was signed in January 2026, creating a framework for sharing supplies and services between their forces. The May 5 Joint Defense Ministers' statement confirmed both countries shared serious concern over China's intensification of dangerous and coercive activities. The momentum is not slowing. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is scheduled for a state visit to Japan from May 26 to 29, 2026, just weeks after the Balikatan missiles flew. The agenda includes meetings with Emperor Naruhito, Empress Masako, and Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. Defense and trade are expected to be front and center. Japan is one of the Philippines' largest investors, with foreign direct investment from Japan reaching the top position in December 2025, according to the Philippine news agency. Japan is also financing major infrastructure projects in the Philippines, including the Metro Manila subway, with one loan tranche alone worth 220 billion yen, roughly 85 billion Philippine pesos. The Japan Times noted that other countries, including Indonesia and Poland, are also now exploring weapons procurement from Japan under the new export rules. Japan is positioning itself not just as a Pacific security partner, but as a new player in the global defense market. All of that said, the story deserves a moment of honesty. The Type 88 is not Japan's best missile. It was designed in the 1980s. A subsonic missile flying toward a modern warship faces electronic countermeasures, radar-guided interceptors, and close-in weapon systems designed specifically to shoot it down. US NI News even noted that during the Balikatan exercise itself, one of the two missiles missed its target, though the ship still sank. And the deal itself is not done. Defense Minister Koizumi used the words "nothing has been decided." The Philippines Department of National Defense has not formally confirmed any acquisition. Negotiations, technical assessments, political approvals, and funding questions all remain ahead. But here is the point that matters. The direction is clear. Japan is willing to arm the Philippines. The Philippines wants to be armed. The two countries are already operating under a legal framework that makes it possible. And President Marcos is flying to Tokyo in 10 days. The old post-war wall separating Japan from regional arms transfers is not solid anymore. It is being dismantled brick by brick, deal by deal, with a missile demonstration on a beach in Ilocos Norte serving as the clearest sign yet of what the new era looks like. So step back and look at the full picture. On May 6, 2026, Japan fired offensive missiles on foreign soil for the first time since World War II. It happened during the largest Balikatan exercise in history. The target was a decommissioned Philippine ship. The audience included two countries' defense ministers, thousands of troops, and the watching eyes of Beijing. 9 days later, Japan said it might sell that same missile to the Philippines. That would be Japan's first ever export of an anti-ship missile to another country. 10 days after that, the Philippine president will be shaking hands in Tokyo. This is not a drill. This is a new chapter. And the South China Sea will never look quite the same.
We received the confirmation from Admiral Paparo himself. He said that this will still be the biggest Balikatan exercise despite the war going on in Middle East.
Come on, I'm drop, look!
81 years ago, more than 500,000 Japanese soldiers invaded the Philippines. They bombed Manila. They marched through Bataan. They occupied the islands for nearly 4 years. And by the time it was over, around 500,000 Filipino civilians were dead. The Battle of Manila alone killed 100,000 people, making it one of the most devastating urban battles in the entire Second World War. Now here is what is happening today. Japanese combat troops carrying weapons are about to step onto Philippine soil again. Not as occupiers, not as enemies, but as allies, for the first time since the end of World War II. And if that does not make you stop and think about how dramatically the world is changing right now, nothing will. But this is not just a symbolic handshake between former enemies. This is a direct military response to one country, China, whose navy has now pushed past the first island chain, past the second island chain, and whose aircraft carriers were spotted launching fighter jets near Iwo Jima itself, the same island where nearly 6,000 American Marines died fighting Japan in 1945. So the question is, what has China done that is with one of the most painful shared histories on Earth have decided we must stand together now? And more importantly, what does this tell us about where the world is heading? That is what we are going to break down today. Every layer, every detail, every angle that the mainstream media is not connecting for you. Before we go deep into this, if you are the kind of person who wants to understand the geopolitical chess moves happening in the Indo-Pacific before they hit the headlines, this is the channel for you. We break down what is really happening in the South China Sea, Philippine, defense, and global security every single week. So if you have not already, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell, and let me ask you a question in the comments. Do you think Japan sending combat troops to the Philippines is a smart defensive move, or is it a dangerous provocation that could push China into conflict? Drop your answer below. I genuinely want to know what you think. Let us get into it. Here is the picture as it stands today, in April 2026. In exactly 14 days, on April 20th, the largest joint military exercise in Indo-Pacific. History is about to begin. It is called Balikatan 2026. Balikatan. That is a Filipino word. It means shoulder to shoulder. And this year, it is not just the Philippines and the United States standing shoulder to shoulder. For the first time ever, Japan is sending several hundred self-defense forces troops, armed, combat-capable troops, to participate directly in defensive military operations on Philippine territory. Let me say that again so it sinks in. Japan is sending armed soldiers to the Philippines for the first time since 1945.
We received the confirmation from Admiral Paparo himself. He said that this will still be the biggest Balikatan exercise despite the war going on in IndoPacific.
General Romeo Bronner Jr., the chief of the armed forces of the Philippines, confirmed it publicly. He said, and I am paraphrasing here, that Japan has moved from being observers in previous years to actively deploying combat troops. He estimated up to 1,000 Japanese soldiers could be on Philippine soil. And he added something remarkable. He said, from being on opposing sides in the past, we are now working together as partners. Think about the weight of that statement. The last time Japanese combat forces were in the Philippines, they were fighting against Filipinos. The Bataan Death March, the Battle of Corregidor, the destruction of Manila. These are wounds that have not fully healed even after 80 years. And yet, here they are, standing together. But it goes beyond Japan. Balikatan 2026 will also feature Australian forces, French warships, including an amphibious assault ship and a frigate from France's Jeanne d'Arc mission, and observers from multiple NATO countries. The exercises will span across the Philippine archipelago, from Luzon in the north to disputed waters in the west, and will include live fire drills, amphibious operations, cyber defense exercises, and for the first time, space-related military operations.
Detected holding point 14 left.
The armed forces of the Philippines chief also revealed something critical. He said the exercises will draw heavily from lessons learned in two active conflicts, the Russia-Ukraine war and the United States war with Iran. Specifically, the importance of cyber warfare, the ability to disable radar systems, knock out command centers, and paralyze enemy communications before a single shot is fired. Admiral Samuel Paparo, the commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, personally confirmed that despite America's ongoing military operations in the Middle East against Iran, the scale of Balikatan 2026 will not be reduced by a single unit. He said this will be the biggest Balikatan in history, period. And that should tell you something. When the most powerful military in the world is fighting a war in the Middle East and still says, we are not pulling a single soldier out of the Pacific, that means the Pacific is where the real long-term game is being played. So, what is behind all of this? To understand that, we need to go back in time. On December 8, 1941, just 10 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan launched its invasion of the Philippines. More than 500,000 Japanese soldiers would eventually serve in the Philippine campaign. Manila fell in January 1942. The American and Filipino forces retreated to Bataan, where they fought desperately for 3 months with almost no food, no medicine, and no reinforcements. General Douglas MacArthur promised help was coming. It never did. When Bataan fell in April 1942, roughly 75,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war were forced on a brutal 65-mile march to their prison camp. Thousands died along the way, beaten, bayoneted, shot, beheaded by their captors. The world would come to know it as the Bataan Death March. The Japanese occupation lasted until 1945. When the liberation of Manila finally came, the Japanese garrison fought to the death. They massacred civilians. The Battle of Manila reduced the city to rubble and killed an estimated 100,000 people. It was one of the deadliest urban battles of the entire war, mentioned alongside Stalingrad and Warsaw. By the end of the war, approximately 500,000 Filipino civilians had perished under Japanese occupation. So when we say Japan is now sending armed troops back to the Philippines, understand the historical gravity of that sentence. This is not a minor diplomatic development. This is two nations choosing to set aside one of the most painful chapters of the 20th century because they see a threat so serious that the wounds of the past must be put aside. And what makes this moment even more extraordinary is how it happened. The legal foundation was laid in July 2024 when Japan and the Philippines signed the Reciprocal Access Agreement, a defense pact that simplifies the process of deploying troops and equipment between the two countries. The Philippines became only the third country in the world to sign such an agreement with Japan, after Australia and the United Kingdom. That agreement entered into force on September 11, 2025. It was built on top of years of quiet cooperation. Japan has become one of the Philippines' most trusted partners, providing Coast Guard vessels, radar systems, and official security assistance. Public opinion polls show Japan enjoying remarkably high levels of trust among Filipinos, something that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. But here is the thing about trust. It is not built in good times. It is built when both sides look at the same threat and decide, we need each other. And that threat has a name. Japan is not just sending soldiers to Balikatan. What Japan is doing right now is far bigger than one exercise. On April 5th, 2026, literally yesterday as I am recording this, Japan's defense minister, Shinjiro Koizumi, stood on the island of Iwo Jima, the same Iwo Jima where nearly 6,000 American Marines and nearly 20,000 Japanese soldiers died in one of the bloodiest battles of World War II. And from that sacred ground, he made a stunning admission. Japan, the third largest economy in the world, a country that spends billions on defense, just admitted that it has a gaping hole in its own security on its Pacific side. They are planning to build port facilities capable of handling large military vessels. They are considering installing floating piers to bring in construction materials. And here is a detail that is genuinely remarkable. Japan is looking at establishing an air defense identification zone over the Ogasawara Islands, where no such zone has existed since the end of World War II. That means for the first time in 81 years, Japan would formally monitor and control the airspace over these Pacific islands. Why? Because in June 2025, something happened that shook the Japanese defense establishment to its core. China's aircraft carrier Liaoning was spotted operating east of Iwo Jima, conducting F-fighter jet takeoffs and landings in the waters between Japan's remote islands. This was the first time any Chinese aircraft carrier had crossed the second island chain. And it did not come alone. China deployed both the Liaoning and the Shandong simultaneously in the Western Pacific. Another first. Japan's defense ministry tracked close to 520 takeoffs and landings across both carriers during that deployment. This is not hypothetical. This is happening right now. But Japan is not doing this alone. And the coalition forming around the Philippines is something Beijing never expected. Let me walk you through who is showing up in the Philippines right now. Because this is not just a US-Japan story. This is a global response. The United States remains the backbone. Washington has approved more than 500 joint military activities with the Philippines for 2026 alone. That is more than one per day. It is the most in the history of the alliance. And the US is not just sending troops, it is deploying some of its most advanced weapon systems. The Typhoon Mid-Range Capability Missile System, a ground-based launcher capable of firing Tomahawk cruise missiles with a range exceeding 1,600 kilometers has been stationed in northern Luzon since 2024. From that position, those missiles can reach deep into southern China, covering major People's Liberation Army facilities and key maritime corridors across the entire South China Sea. The U.S. also deployed the Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, an anti-ship missile system, to Batan Island in Batanes, the northernmost Philippine province, directly facing the Bashi Channel. That channel is the critical waterway separating the Philippines from Taiwan, and it does not stop at missiles. A U.S.-led group of 16 nations called the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience has agreed to explore building an ammunition assembly and production facility right in the Philippines. When asked about this, China's foreign ministry spokesperson issued a warning. He said, and I paraphrase, that if the Philippines is willing to become a powder keg and ammunition depot, it will only backfire on itself. That is how seriously Beijing is taking this. Now France. The French Navy is deploying its largest Balikatan contingent to date through the Jeanne d'Arc training mission, including the amphibious assault ship Dixmude and the frigate Aconite. Last year, France deployed the Charles de Gaulle Carrier Strike Group for a joint patrol with the Philippines in the South China Sea, the first of its kind between Paris and Manila. France has also committed to providing 40 patrol vessels to the Philippine Coast Guard and is building a shipyard in the Philippines to construct half of them locally. Australia is expanding its role. Canada signed a defense cooperation agreement with the Philippines. The United Kingdom has a reciprocal access agreement with Japan. South Korea is watching closely. And here is what makes this coalition different from anything we have seen before. This is not just America and its allies doing exercises for show. This is an integrated military architecture being built in real time with forward-deployed missiles, ammunition production facilities, reciprocal troop access agreements, and shared intelligence networks, all centered on one geographic reality: the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. The question that everyone is asking but few are answering honestly is, why now? What has China done that has triggered this unprecedented response? To understand why this is happening now, you need to understand the three-front pressure campaign that China has been running. Front 1. Scarborough Shoal and the West Philippine Sea. In March 2026 alone, a Chinese frigate nearly rammed the Philippine Navy's BRP Benguet near Pag-asa Island. In 2025, Chinese vessels used high-pressure water cannons and physically rammed Filipino fishing boats at Thitu Island. Front 2. Island building. China's dredging fleet, 22 vessels strong, is constructing what could become the largest artificial island in the entire South China Sea at Antelope Reef in the Paracels. This is China's biggest island building operation since 2017. The island is positioned for a potential military runway. Front 3. The Pacific Push. As I mentioned, China sailed 2 aircraft carriers past the second island chain for the first time in June 2025. This was not a one-off. It is part of a deliberate strategy to project power deeper into the Pacific, toward Guam, toward the sea lanes that connect Asia to North America, and toward the very islands where the United States and Japan fought each other 80 years ago. Now layer on top of this the global picture. The United States is currently fighting a war with Iran. Operation Epic Fury has seen Tomahawk strikes launched from Navy destroyers. Carrier strike groups have been redirected to the Middle East. Beijing is watching. And every time American attention shifts westward, toward Iran, toward the Middle East, China has historically used that window to advance its position in the Pacific. It happened during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, when China quietly built artificial islands in the South China Sea while the world was not watching. And there are real concerns it could happen again. This is precisely why the United States, Japan, the Philippines, Australia, France, and others are building this coalition now, not tomorrow, not after the Iran situation stabilizes. Now, because if there is one lesson that history teaches about the Indo-Pacific, it is this: the window of opportunity does not open twice. If you are still watching, you are exactly the audience this channel is built for. The kind of person who wants to see the full picture, not just the headlines. We put these deep dives together every week, covering the South China Sea, Philippine, defense, and the real geopolitical moves that are shaping our world. If you got value from this, hit subscribe, share this with someone who needs to see it, and leave a comment, because I read every single one. Now let me take you to where all of this is heading. Here is the honest truth. We are entering the most volatile period in Indo-Pacific security since the end of the Cold War, possibly since World War II. The pieces on the board are moving faster than at any point in recent memory. Japan is rearming, not in secret, not reluctantly, openly, deliberately, and with the explicit acknowledgement that the threat environment has fundamentally changed. Japan is revising its three core security documents: the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy, and the Defense Build-Up Program, all by the end of this year. The Pacific will be a central pillar. The Philippines is transforming from a lightly armed archipelago into a frontline node of the first island chain defense network. With Typhoon missiles on Luzon, anti-ship systems in Batanes, a planned ammunition factory, and the largest array of allied military exercises in its history, Manila is becoming the most strategically significant U.S. ally in Southeast Asia. The expanding trilateral cooperation between Washington, Tokyo, and Manila. The growing involvement of France, Australia, Canada, and the UK. These are not temporary arrangements. These are structural shifts in the global security architecture. But here's what keeps defense planners awake at night. China's strategy is not irrational. From Beijing's perspective, every missile deployed to the Philippines, every Japanese soldier landing in Luzon, every French frigate sailing through the South China Sea, all of this confirms what Chinese leaders have long feared: that the United States is building a ring of containment around China, designed to strangle its rise. And when a great power feels cornered, history tells us that miscalculation becomes the greatest danger. Not deliberate war, miscalculation. A Chinese frigate locks fire control radar on a Philippine vessel. A Japanese fighter scrambles too close to a Chinese carrier. An accidental collision in contested waters. One wrong move, one moment of panic, one commander who decides to escalate rather than de-escalate. And you have a crisis that could draw in nuclear-armed powers. That is the stakes. That is why Balikatan 2026 matters. That is why Japan is sending combat troops to the Philippines. That is why the world should be paying attention to the Indo-Pacific right now, not just to what is happening in the Middle East. Let me leave you with this thought. In 1945, Japanese and Filipino soldiers were killing each other in the ruins of Manila. The city was burning. The death toll was catastrophic. No one standing in those ruins could have imagined a world where Japanese combat troops would return to the Philippines as allies, not to fight Filipinos, but to stand beside them. And yet, here we are. History has a way of making the unthinkable become inevitable when the threat is real enough. The Indo-Pacific in 2026 is not the calm, distant theater that most people imagine. It is 4 global maritime choke points under simultaneous stress. It is aircraft carriers pushing past island chains. It is Tomahawk missiles positioned within range of the Chinese mainland. It is the biggest military exercise in history about to begin in 14 days. And at the center of it all, 2 former enemies, standing shoulder to shoulder. Because they looked at the world and decided, the past is painful, but the future is more dangerous. That is the story no one else is telling you, and that is why you are here. If you want to stay informed, subscribe, hit the bell, share this video, and I will see you in the next one. The morning fog over Batanes hung thick, curling around the jagged cliffs like it was hiding something. Something big. I was standing there, watching the tiny fishing boats bob against waves that now shared space with gray silhouettes of warships, Philippine, US, and Japanese, sliding through the Bashi Channel. Control this channel, and you control the gateway to the South China Sea, muttered an old sailor beside me, half proud, half worried. He's seen the waters all his life, but never like this. A fighter jet screamed overhead, chasing a training target that seemed too small against the endless blue. Every move of these vessels, every loop of aircraft, felt like the rehearsal for a game nobody wants to play, but everyone knows could happen. It's hard to describe the mix of awe and dread. You realize this isn't just about maps or military doctrines. It's about control, survival, and the silent power struggles that ripple through every wave. I thought of the history layered beneath these waters, the naval maneuvers during past tensions, the quiet standoffs that never made headlines, and now, the drills that are as much a message as a practice. For the people here, life goes on. Nets are mended. Children run along the shore. But just beyond, in that 60-mile stretch to Taiwan, the world's biggest powers are playing a game that could decide the first moves of a much larger conflict. And you can feel it, like the wind whipping across the cliffs, on the edge of calm and chaos. The 2026 Multilateral Maritime Cooperative Activity, or MMCA as the military calls it, wrapped up quietly on Thursday, 26 February. But make no mistake, quiet doesn't mean insignificant. For 4 days, the northernmost waters of the Philippines transformed into a theater of precision, coordination, and high-stakes signaling. Philippine, US, and Japanese forces had converged here in an area few drills ever reach. The Bashi Channel, that narrow corridor linking the South China Sea to the Western Pacific. From the cliffs of Batanes, you could see the Philippine FA-50 light fighters slicing through the sky, while US P-8 Poseidons and Japanese P-3 Orions hummed above in carefully choreographed patterns. Below, the BRP Antonio Luna, the USS Dewey, and the Philippine Coast Guard cutter BRP Gabriela Silang traced disciplined arcs across the waters, executing maneuvers that were part ballet, part message. Every aircraft, every vessel, every signal was a demonstration. These forces can operate together seamlessly. across air, sea, and tactical domains, even in one of the region's most complex maritime theaters. What makes this exercise particularly remarkable is its location. Past MMCA drills tended to stick closer to the South China Sea. This year, the stage shifted north, to the Bashi Channel itself, a narrow stretch barely 60 miles wide, but one of the most strategically charged waterways in Asia. By taking the drills here, the three militaries weren't just testing interoperability, they were signaling a new geographic and strategic reach, showing that multilateral cooperation can extend beyond familiar waters, all the way to the front lines of potential tension over Taiwan. For locals watching from shore, life went on. Fishermen mended nets, kids ran along the windswept cliffs, and the waves rolled like nothing had changed. But in the sky and on the sea, history quietly pressed forward. This wasn't just another exercise. It was a rehearsal for the unpredictable. A glimpse of how air, sea, and strategy collide when the world's great powers meet at the edge of calm and chaos. As the dust of the MMCA drills settled over the northern Philippines, the diplomatic ripples began to spread, and they were loud. Across the East China Sea in Beijing, China's Southern Theater Command didn't mince words. The drills, they said, were nothing less than an attempt to co-opt non-regional states and disrupt peace and stability. In a show of muscle, China sent its own ships on what it called a routine patrol in the South China Sea during the same period, though everyone watching knew it was a pointed reply. To Beijing, foreign powers operating so close to Taiwan isn't training, it's encroachment. And any coordinated military movement involving the US, Japan, and the Philippines near the Bashi Channel, that's a provocation they take very seriously. Manila, meanwhile, struck a careful, tense balance. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. warned publicly that the Philippines could be dragged kicking and screaming into a Taiwan conflict, a phrase that sounded almost casual, yet carried a weighty undertone of the real danger at hand. It was a reminder that while the drills showcased interoperability and readiness, the stakes weren't hypothetical. Every move in these northern waters had diplomatic consequences, and every signal was being read closely in capitals across the region. Japan, too, has felt the heat. In recent years, Tokyo flirted with the idea of directly defending Taiwan, a stance that drew sharp sanctions and rebukes from Beijing. Now, whispers of future deployments, like surface-to-air missile systems on remote islands near Taiwan by 2031, have only added fuel to the fire. For Japan, participation in the MMCA is both reassurance to allies and a clear signal to China. The partnership isn't just theoretical. It can project force and coordination across the critical corridors of the Western Pacific. In short, what unfolded north of Luzon wasn't just a military exercise, it was a live demonstration of strategy, signaling, and the delicate diplomacy that threads the razor's edge between deterrence and confrontation. And as always, the question lingers: how far will each player push before someone misreads the intent? Over the 4 days of MMCA, the skies and waters north of Luzon came alive with movement, noise, and precision. Philippine Fa-50 fighters, US P-8 Poseidons, and Japanese P-3 Orions crisscrossed the northern Philippine airspace in carefully timed patrols. Observers noted how the flights weren't just about presence, they were exercises in integrated surveillance, testing how three militaries could coordinate in a contested environment where every second counts. Below, the seas were just as busy. The Philippine-guided missile frigate BRP Antonio Luna fired its guns in live fire drills, the sharp echoes bouncing across the waves. The U.S. destroyer USS Dewey and the Philippine Coast Guard cutter BRP Gabriela Silang carved tactical patterns through the waters, practicing maneuvers that looked like a choreographed dance, but were in fact rehearsal for real-world threats. For everyone watching, it was easy to forget that these were drills. Each turn of a ship, each formation of aircraft, carried lessons that could decide life or death in a crisis. The tactical aims were straightforward but critical. Improve interoperability between air and naval units, validate communication channels and command structures, and practice coordinated defense in strategically sensitive maritime zones. Yet beyond the immediate exercises, the drills also signal a bigger pattern. They are part of an expanding series of Philippines-US-Japan interoperability activities, tied to formal agreements like the Philippines-Japan Reciprocal Access Agreement ratified in late 2024. In other words, this isn't an isolated event. It's a piece of a growing puzzle, showing how these allies are thinking long-term, preparing for scenarios that most of the world prefers not to imagine.
109. Globalizer.
The Bashi Channel is more than just a narrow stretch of water. It's a strategic fulcrum where the balance of power in Northeast Asia can shift in an instant. By sending ships and aircraft into these northern waters, the Philippines, US, and Japan are quietly rebalancing maritime power. The drills strengthen the ability of non-Chinese forces to respond at key choke points and sharpen their capacity to monitor, and if needed, counter hostile actions in a space that could become a flashpoint overnight. Every coordinated maneuver also sends a message to Beijing. These are not isolated exercises. They show a united front among like-minded maritime powers, reinforcing deterrence without tipping into outright confrontation. The choreography of aircraft over Batanes and the disciplined arcs of warships west of Luzon aren't just training. They're a signal. The channel isn't anyone's private lane anymore. And when it comes to Taiwan, the stakes are even higher. Control, or at least influence, over the Bashi Channel could prove decisive in any contingency. By practicing rapid, integrated air and sea deployments, these allied forces are preparing for scenarios where speed and coordination might be the difference between strategic advantage and disaster. In other words, these drills aren't just about readiness, they're about shaping the possible outcomes of a crisis before it even begins. To really grasp the scale and significance of the 2026 MMCA, the numbers tell a story of their own. The Bashi Channel, a mere 100 kilometers about 60 miles from the northern Philippines to Taiwan, became the stage for 4 intense days of drills, stretching from 23 to 26 February. 3 nations, Philippines, US, and Japan, brought together aircraft, warships, and Coast Guard units, all operating over Batanes airspace and the waters west of Luzon. For the first time, these exercises reached this far north, beyond the usual South China Sea corridors, marking a historic expansion in geographic and strategic scope. Every figure, every distance, every day of coordinated action underscores just how carefully these drills were planned, and how much weight they carry in shaping regional security. The 2026 MMCA over the Bashi Channel isn't just another exercise on a map. It's a turning point. For the first time, Allied forces have pushed well beyond the familiar South China Sea waters, stepping into areas that lie immediately next to Taiwan, where the stakes are highest and the tension palpable. On the operational side, the drills sharpened readiness and interoperability, proving that these forces can move, communicate, and coordinate seamlessly under pressure. Politically, they sent a clear message. The Philippines, US, and Japan are willing to project presence in sensitive waters, even as China watches closely and labels such moves destabilizing. Strategically, this isn't a one-off. The drills reinforce a pattern of trilateral integration, hinting at a future where cooperation continues to grow in both scope and geographic reach, shaping the balance of power in Northeast Asia for years to come.
If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
The White House says the United States is sending 10 F-35 fighter jets.
The White House says that the U.S. is sending F-35 fighter jets.
What looks, at first glance, like a routine basing decision in northern Japan is anything but routine. When the U.S. Air Force quietly confirmed that 48 F-35A Lightning II stealth fighters will deploy to Misawa Air Base starting in spring 2026, replacing 36 legacy F-16 Fighting Falcons, it signaled more than a simple upgrade in aircraft. It marked a strategic pivot in how Washington intends to fight, deter, and shape air power dynamics across the Indo-Pacific's most contested airspace. On paper, this is a straightforward modernization move. Fifth-generation fighters replace fourth-generation jets. Stealth replaces visibility. Sensors replace speed as the decisive edge. But zoom out, and the implications widen fast. Misawa sits at a critical junction facing Northeast Asia, within operational reach of the Korean Peninsula, the East China Sea, and the Western Pacific. By stationing F-35As there, the United States is effectively hardening its forward air posture against both China's growing air and missile forces and North Korea's unpredictable escalation cycles. This is deterrence through dominance, quiet, credible, and technologically overwhelming. Here is where the strategic domino falls. F-35s do not simply arrive, they displace. The F-16s rotating out of Misawa do not vanish into storage. They enter the global pool of available, combat-proven aircraft that U.S. allies actively seek. For countries modernizing under tight budgets and urgent timelines, this matters. And few fit that profile more cleanly than the Philippines.
It feels good to be able to be supportive of all of our Baltic NATO allies, so happy to be a part of it.
For the Philippine Air Force, locked into its Re-Horizon 3 modernization phase, the Misawa transition opens a rare opportunity window. Manila has been clear about its need for multi-role fighters that can perform air defense, maritime strike, and interoperability missions with U.S. forces.
Brand new aircraft take time and political capital.
Surplus or transferred F-16s, already integrated into U.S. doctrine and regional operations, offer a faster, more realistic pathway to credible air power. So what appears to be a technical basing adjustment in Japan is, in reality, a strategic chain reaction. The U.S. strengthens its first-line air dominance with stealth fighters. Allies gain access to proven platforms. And Southeast Asia, particularly the Philippines, may find itself with an unexpected opening to leap forward in air combat capability. In today's Indo-Pacific, even routine rotations carry strategic consequences, and this one could redraw air power equations far beyond Misawa's runway.
Misawa Air Base has always been more than just another dot on the U.S. Air Force's global basing map. Sitting in northeastern Honshu, it occupies a quietly powerful position, close enough to the Korean Peninsula to respond rapidly to escalation, well-placed to monitor and contest activity in the East China Sea, and far enough east to serve as a launch pad into the wider Pacific. Geography does a lot of the work here, which is exactly why Misawa has remained central to U.S. air strategy in Asia for decades. Until now, that role has been carried by 36 F-16CM Block 50 fighters under the 35th Fighter Wing. These aircraft are anything but obsolete. They are combat-tested, precision strike capable, and deeply integrated into joint and allied operations. But the regional air environment has changed. Advanced surface-to-air missiles,
fifth-generation fighters, and dense sensor networks are becoming the norm, not the exception. In that context, survivability and information dominance matter as much as payload and range.
That is the strategic logic behind the shift beginning in spring 2026. The replacement of those F-16s with 48 F-35A Lightning II fighters transforms Misawa from a forward operating base into a cornerstone of long-term U.S. fifth-generation air power in Asia. The jump in numbers alone is notable, but the real shift lies in capability. Stealth, sensor fusion, and networked operations allow the F-35 to shape the air battle before adversaries even realize it has begun. U.S. Air Force officials have framed the transition carefully, emphasizing continuity rather than disruption. During the handover period, rotational fighter deployments will ensure there is no capability gap, underscoring what they describe as a long-standing mission: defending Japan while sustaining an open and free Indo-Pacific. That phrasing matters. It signals reassurance to allies, restraint toward rivals, and a clear message that this upgrade is about stability, not escalation. In practical terms, Misawa's evolution reflects the broader regional reality. Air power in the Indo-Pacific is no longer about who shows up first. It is about who can operate, survive, and coordinate in the most contested environments. By anchoring fifth-generation fighters at Misawa, the United States is aligning geography with technology and quietly reinforcing the air balance across Northeast Asia and beyond. To understand why the move from F-16s to F-35As at Misawa matters, you have to look past the airframe and into how air combat itself has changed. The F-16 Fighting Falcon has been the workhorse of the U.S. Air Force for decades. Fast, agile, combat-proven, and endlessly adaptable. It won wars, deterred rivals, and set the standard for fourth-generation multi-role fighters. But the battle space it was designed for no longer exists in its original form. The F-35A Lightning II is built for an era where the first shot may be fired by sensors, not pilots, and where survival depends on remaining unseen as much as outmaneuvering an opponent. Its stealth design dramatically lowers its radar cross-section, allowing it to operate inside heavily defended airspace where legacy fighters would be detected and targeted early. In regions saturated with advanced surface-to-air missiles and modern interceptors, that survivability gap is decisive. Equally transformative is the F-35's sensor fusion. Rather than forcing pilots to manage multiple data streams from separate systems, the aircraft integrates radar, electro-optical, electronic warfare, and off-board inputs into a single, coherent picture. The result is situational awareness that borders on information dominance. Pilots do not just see more, they understand more, faster. In a contested Indo-Pacific environment, that clarity can mean the difference between controlling the fight and reacting to it. Then there is the networking effect. The F-35 is not designed to fight alone. It acts as a flying sensor node, sharing real-time targeting and threat data with other aircraft, ships, and ground forces, including allied platforms. This turns individual jets into part of a wider kill web, multiplying the effectiveness of both fifth and fourth generation assets operating alongside them. In practice, this makes the entire force smarter, not just stealthier. None of this diminishes what the F-16 has represented. As Lieutenant Colonel Michael Ress, an F-16 squadron commander transitioning to the F-35A, put it, the Fighting Falcon has been the backbone of the Air Force for over 50 years. That legacy still matters. But his conclusion is the key takeaway. In today's threat environment, fifth-generation capability is no longer a luxury. It is what decisive air power now demands. Misawa's transition reflects that reality and signals where the future of regional air dominance is headed. The mechanics of the Misawa transition reveal just how deliberate this shift in U.S. air power really is. This is not a symbolic swap or a temporary rotation. It is a structural upgrade designed to lock in fifth-generation capability for the long haul. Under the current plan, the 35th Fighter Wing will gradually draw down its 36 F-16s throughout 2025, ensuring continuity of operations while setting the stage for a clean handover. Beginning in spring 2026, 48 F-35A Lightning II aircraft will start arriving, ultimately becoming a permanently based force at Misawa.
The numbers matter, and they are not accidental. Moving from 36 to 48 aircraft represents more than a platform upgrade. It signals an expansion in both capacity and operational depth. More aircraft mean greater sortie generation, more persistent presence, and increased resilience in a high-tempo contingency. In practical terms, Misawa is not just getting stealthier, it is getting heavier in combat power at a time when air dominance in Northeast Asia is increasingly contested.
From an operational planning perspective, the transition is being managed to avoid any deterrence gap. As F-16s phase out, rotational fighter deployments will backfill capability, maintaining readiness and alliance commitments. Defense planners have been careful to frame this as continuity rather than escalation, a necessary modernization aligned with the evolving threat environment, not a sudden shift in posture. At the local level, the announcement has naturally raised concerns, particularly around aircraft noise and community adjustment. These reactions are not new and have accompanied nearly every major basing change in Japan's post-war history. US and Japanese officials have acknowledged these issues while emphasizing the broader strategic rationale. For planners in Washington and Tokyo, the calculus is clear. Enhanced deterrence, survivability, and operational reach outweigh the short-term frictions that accompany any major force upgrade. Taken together, the operational details show a simple reality. Misawa is being reshaped into a core node of US air power in the Indo-Pacific, with more aircraft, more advanced capabilities, and a long-term mission set. The shift from F-16s to F-35As is not just about replacing jets. It is about redefining what forward-based air power looks like in an era of great power competition. The Misawa F-35A deployment cannot be seen in isolation. It is a response to an evolving security landscape in the Indo-Pacific. China's rapid air modernization, including the fielding of stealthy J-20 fighters and other advanced platforms, has dramatically increased the region's aerial threat environment. At the same time, North Korean missile tests and occasional airspace incursions show the need for credible, forward-based deterrence. Against this backdrop, positioning fifth-generation fighters in Japan sends a clear signal to allies and adversaries alike. The United States is serious about defending its partners and maintaining operational freedom in contested airspace. U.S. defense officials have emphasized this dual purpose. The Department of Defense describes the F-35 deployment as reflective of an ironclad U.S. commitment to the defense of Japan and both countries' shared vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. By embedding advanced capabilities at Misawa, the United States is not only preparing for potential contingencies, but also reassuring treaty partners that regional stability and deterrence are non-negotiable priorities. The strategic ripple from Misawa extends beyond Japan. As the U.S. transitions F-16s out of Misawa, the Philippines sees a rare opportunity to accelerate its Air Force modernization under Re-Horizon 3, a broad USD $35 billion defense initiative aimed at enhancing territorial defense, maritime reach, and aerial deterrence. Currently, the Philippine Air Force, PAF, operates a small fleet of 12 FA-50 light fighter trainers, which limits its ability to conduct advanced air superiority missions. In April 2025, the U.S. approved the proposed sale of 20 F-16 aircraft, 16 F-16C, and 4 F-16D Block 70-72 jets to the Philippines as part of a $5.58 billion package, which also includes weapons and support systems. Manila has stressed that the acquisition is intended to strengthen defensive capability and interoperability with U.S. forces, not to provoke any nation. Lockheed Martin has also highlighted the F-16's global footprint, over 3,100 aircraft operating in 28 countries, and its adaptability to Asia-Pacific security needs. The benefits are clear: immediate capability enhancement, faster delivery compared with entirely new jets, and closer integration with allied training and operational standards. Challenges remain, however. Older jets require robust maintenance, logistics, and infrastructure support, and the PAF will need to expand pilot and technical training pipelines to fully leverage the platform. The combined effect of the U.S. F-35 deployment and potential Philippine F-16 acquisition strengthens the air deterrent posture across the Indo-Pacific. Misawa becomes a forward hub for fifth-generation air power,
while Manila gains a credible, multi-role fighter capability to secure its airspace and maritime approaches. The arrangement also reinforces alliance integration, strengthening interoperability and readiness with Japan, the US, and Southeast Asian partners, while maintaining a careful diplomatic balance amid ongoing territorial disputes with China.
The transition of F-35As to Misawa is far more than a hardware upgrade. It represents a deliberate strategic shift in air power posture, combining advanced technology, forward basing, and alliance signaling to reinforce regional deterrence. For the Philippines, the knock-on effect could be transformative. Surplus US F-16s may serve as a cornerstone of the PAF's Re-Horizon 3 modernization plan, giving Manila enhanced defensive and strike capabilities while deepening interoperability with the United States. Together, these moves strengthen the regional security architecture, balancing deterrence and cooperation in a highly contested airspace. The Misawa deployment and Philippine opportunity illustrate a central lesson of contemporary Indo-Pacific strategy. Modernization and partnerships are mutually reinforcing, and even routine rotations of aircraft can have outsized geopolitical consequences. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
Now the Philippine Navy is sending a team to Tokyo to inspect 6 used destroyers that Japan is offering to transfer.
Coast Guard personnel from Japan, the US, and the Philippines have held their second ever joint exercises near Japan's south.
Japan and the Philippines have signed a landmark security pact, which will allow for the deployment of troops on each other's soil for both training purposes and other operations.
For the first time in modern Asian geopolitics, Japan and the Philippines, 2 U.S. allies with very different histories and defense traditions, have entered a legally binding military pact that allows their troops, ships, and aircraft to operate on each other's soil. It is a dramatic evolution, something almost unthinkable a decade ago, yet it is now happening at speed. Japanese forces can deploy to Philippine bases, and Philippine units can train in Japan, forming a defense architecture that directly challenges Beijing's assumptions about regional dominance. Their cooperation is accelerating, China is reacting with sharper maritime aggression, and the region is tightening around a new strategic question. Can this emerging Tokyo-Manila partnership truly deter China's expanding power? This question matters now more than ever. Chinese coercion in the South China Sea has grown bolder, turning routine patrols into violent confrontations as Philippine vessels are struck with water cannons, rammed at close range, and jammed by electronic interference. In the East China Sea, Japanese forces are facing their own pressure around the Senkaku Islands, while Tokyo positions missiles and surveillance systems in preparation for any conflict that may spill from the Taiwan Strait. Manila has already acknowledged that it cannot remain on the sidelines if Taiwan is attacked. Geography alone forces it into the center of any crisis, and as tensions mount on every front, the Philippines has shifted rapidly from decades of internal security operations to its first real external defense posture in the modern era. Japan and the Philippines now find themselves linked not just by treaties, but by shared vulnerabilities, shared strategic fears, and an increasingly aligned sense of urgency. Their cooperation is bolstered by the United States, which sees both countries as anchors of its Indo-Pacific strategy.
Our alliance has never been stronger. Our mutual defense treaty is the bedrock of that. We share concerns about China's coercion in the South China Sea.
Joint patrols, intelligence sharing, and coordinated messaging are becoming routine. The pace of collaboration is faster than anything Asia has seen since the end of the Cold War. Yet the core question remains unresolved. Is this combined diplomatic, military, and strategic force strong enough to make Beijing hesitate? Deterrence is not about matching China vessel for vessel or missile for missile. It is about shaping China's calculations, raising the costs, the risks, and the uncertainty of escalation. Whether Japan and the Philippines can achieve that, together and backed by the United States, will define the security landscape of the Indo-Pacific for years to come.
The tightening partnership between Japan and the Philippines is not happening in a vacuum. It is unfolding in a region being reshaped by China's rapid military expansion and increasingly aggressive behavior at sea.
The PLA Navy has grown into the world's largest by sheer number of ships, and Beijing is using that power not as a distant symbol, but as a daily tool of coercion across the West Philippine Sea and East China Sea. Chinese Coast Guard and militia vessels have intensified their harassment of Philippine resupply missions, firing high-pressure water cannons, conducting dangerous blocking maneuvers, ramming smaller boats, and even using lasers to blind crews. Scarborough Shoal and Second Thomas Shoal have transformed into frontline arenas, where China asserts control through constant presence, overwhelming numbers, and aggressive tactics meant to send one message: resistance is futile. Japan is facing its own version of this tightening squeeze. Chinese aircraft and ships are conducting more frequent and more complex maneuvers around the Senkaku Islands, testing Japan's air defenses and forcing its Coast Guard into near-daily scrambles. At the same time, Beijing has expanded air and naval activity around Taiwan, an island whose fate is inseparable from Japan's own security. Every missile China fires into waters around Taiwan lands uncomfortably close to Japan's southwest islands. Every PLA exercise rehearsing blockade scenarios threatens the sea lanes that keep Japan's economy alive. Both countries also face pressures that go beyond the visible confrontations at sea. Economic coercion, cyber intrusions, disinformation campaigns, and political intimidation have become part of China's wider playbook. These pressures remind Tokyo and Manila that Beijing's strategy is multi-layered and persistent. They also show a deeper realization: the crises each country faces are not isolated. A clash in the West Philippine Sea is connected to tensions in the East China Sea. Aggression around Taiwan affects both nations directly. And China's pursuit of regional dominance does not stop at maritime boundaries. It moves through trade, technology, diplomacy, and information. This shared sense of vulnerability is what now binds Japan and the Philippines closer than ever. Both governments understand that no problem in the Indo-Pacific stays local for long. A crisis in one area ripples across the region. The security of Taiwan affects the Philippines. The defense of the Senkaku Islands affects Japan's ability to support allies. And China's push into the West Philippine Sea has implications that stretch from Luzon to Okinawa. In that interconnected environment, Tokyo and Manila no longer see cooperation as optional or symbolic. They see it as an essential survival strategy, the only realistic way to balance China's expanding power and safeguard their own territorial and political futures.
The turning point in Japan-Philippines security relations came with the signing of the Reciprocal Access Agreement, a pact finalized in July 2024 and entering into force in September 2025. For decades, the idea of Japanese troops operating on Philippine soil or Philippine forces training in Japan was politically impossible. But the strategic environment has shifted so dramatically, and Chinese pressure has grown so intense that both nations chose to break historical precedents in favor of hard security cooperation. The RAA formalizes what was once unimaginable: the legal ability for Japanese and Philippine forces to deploy, train, and operate inside each other's territory, complete with simplified logistics, rapid troop movement, and shared military infrastructure. The agreement is historic not just for Manila, but for Tokyo. This is Japan's first ever RAA with a Southeast Asian country, symbolizing its emergence from decades of strict post-war military restraint. It reflects a Japan that now sees regional defense as inseparable from its own national survival, and a Philippines that understands it must build a web of security partnerships stronger than any one alliance. The RAA is more than a treaty. It is a statement that the two nations have decided their defense futures are intertwined, their vulnerabilities shared, and their responses increasingly unified. The ink had barely dried on the agreement when both sides moved to test it. In October 2025, they launched their first joint drill under the new pact, a multi-domain exercise that extended across air, sea, land, and cyber elements. It wasn't a symbolic handshake. It was an operational stress test. Japanese self-defense forces trained side by side with Filipino troops in amphibious operations, coastal defense, cyber resilience, and rapid disaster response. Maritime units coordinated patrols and surveillance drills across contested waters. Air assets from both countries rehearsed deployment procedures that would allow immediate mobilization if a crisis struck the region. The message from that first drill was unmistakable. This is not a slow or cautious alignment. Tokyo and Manila intend to use the RAA immediately, extensively, and strategically. It is a partnership built with the urgency of the moment,
and one designed to function in the real world, not just in diplomatic announcements. Japan's security posture is transforming at a pace unseen since the end of World War II. What began as cautious rearmament has now become an assertive, forward-leaning strategy shaped by the reality that the next major flashpoint in Asia may erupt just a few hundred kilometers from Japan's southwestern islands. That shift became unmistakable when Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi traveled to Yonaguni, Japan's westernmost island, just 110 kilometers from Taiwan, to oversee the deployment of medium-range surface-to-air missile systems. The message was clear. Japan is preparing its front line not for symbolic presence, but for real operational readiness. Tokyo insists these deployments are aimed at deterrence, not provocation. Yet Beijing sees them as evidence that Japan is aligning itself fully with the US strategy to contain China. These moves extend beyond Japan's own borders. Tokyo is strengthening Philippine maritime defense in ways that would have seemed unimaginable a decade ago. Japan has floated the offer of up to 6 Abukuma-class naval vessels, explored joint shipbuilding projects, expanded Coast Guard training, and furnished Manila with maritime radars and surveillance equipment. In the Philippine Navy and Coast Guard, Japan is becoming a central pillar of capacity building, quietly shaping the region's ability to resist maritime coercion. All of this fits into Japan's broader military transformation, the largest defense buildup since World War II, a soaring defense budget, and a tighter alignment with US Indo-Pacific objectives. Tokyo is preparing for the hardest scenario imaginable, a conflict involving Taiwan, the Philippines, or Japan itself, and building the capability to respond decisively. Beijing's reaction to Japan's growing regional role has been swift and severe. When Japanese officials made remarks supporting Taiwan's security, China retaliated with broad economic punishment, halting Japanese seafood imports, issuing travel advisories, prompting nearly 500,000 flight cancellations, and allowing nationalist rhetoric to surge online. Even diplomatic officials joined in. The Chinese consul in Osaka infamously amplified veiled threats toward Japan, framing Tokyo as a direct meddler in the Taiwan question. The Philippines has faced a different but equally hostile response. Chinese Coast Guard vessels have escalated their aggression with repeated water cannon assaults, ramming of smaller Philippine boats, laser harassment, and constant blocking of resupply missions at Second Thomas Shoal. Chinese officials insist the Philippines is operating in Chinese waters, attempting to reframe Manila's own EEZ as contested territory under Chinese authority. Behind these visible confrontations lies Beijing's deeper strategy: break the emerging Japan, Philippines, US alignment before it solidifies. China has increased political pressure on President Marcos Jr., especially after his candid acknowledgement that a Taiwan conflict would inevitably involve the Philippines. Beijing knows that a unified front poses the greatest challenge to its long-term objectives. Fragmenting it, through coercion, intimidation, or economic leverage, is key to China's calculus.
The Japan-Philippines partnership does not stand alone. It is anchored within a much larger US-led security architecture. In November 2025, the three countries held their most significant trilateral exercise yet in the West Philippine Sea, an unmistakable demonstration of integrated maritime preparedness. Surface ships maneuvered together, aircraft coordinated patrol routes, and cyber units synchronized defenses. It was a rehearsal for the scenario everyone hopes to avoid, but must realistically prepare for. Washington has spent the last decade steadily tightening ties with both allies. Through EDCA, the US has gained rotational access to key Philippine bases, many located close to Taiwan or the South China Sea. With Japan, the long-standing security treaty remains the cornerstone of East Asian defense. Quietly, the US also encouraged the Japan-Philippines RAA, knowing that a stronger link between its two closest Indo-Pacific partners strengthens the first island chain from both ends. From Beijing's perspective, all of this looks like encirclement. It sees a hardening line of deterrence stretching from Japan's Nansei Islands to Luzon, reinforced by the US-Japan alliance and Washington's renewed military presence in the Philippines. To China, this is not coincidence. It is a coordinated architecture designed to contain its rise. President Marcos Jr. has already stated what previous administrations hesitated to admit: a Taiwan conflict will inevitably involve the Philippines.
Geography alone ensures this. Philippine airspace, sea lanes, and bases sit along the primary routes for any response. The presence of more than 160,000 Filipino workers in Taiwan adds another layer of unavoidable obligation. Yet Manila faces internal pressures. Many Filipinos see the South China Sea, not Taiwan, as the primary national security concern. Others worry about sovereignty questions raised by foreign troop presence under EDCA and the RAA. There is also the uncertain question of obligations. What exactly must Manila do if Japan or the US request support during a Taiwan contingency? Despite these concerns, the strategic benefit is undeniable. Japan bolsters the Philippines' naval strength, provides advanced technology, and supports its modernization drive. For the first time, Manila has partners willing to help it push back against maritime coercion, not just with words, but with ships, radars, and joint operations. Deterrence in Asia is no longer about matching China platform for platform. It is about shaping Beijing's perception of cost and risk. And in this regard, Japan and the Philippines possess complementary advantages that matter more collectively than separately. Japan brings advanced naval and air power, cutting-edge missile systems, and world-class surveillance capabilities. The Philippines brings geography, the choke points, airspace, and sea corridors that shape China's ability to project force. Together, backed by the United States, they form a multi-directional deterrent that complicates China's planning. The RAA further strengthens this by enabling rapid deployment of Japanese forces into Philippine territory during a crisis. But limitations remain. Japan's constitution still imposes constraints. The Philippines faces capability gaps. China maintains overwhelming military superiority. And deterrence, by its nature, always carries the risk of provoking further pressure. The real key is the triangular structure: Japan plus Philippines plus United States. When these three act in alignment, the deterrent effect multiplies. Add Australia, and the geometry becomes even harder for China to ignore.
Joint exercises between Japan and the Philippines are set to become routine, expanding into air and missile defense coordination, anti-submarine warfare, and cyber operations. Japan is positioning itself as the Philippines' most consistent defense partner in Southeast Asia, exploring arms exports, technology transfers, and deeper Coast Guard cooperation. Manila's modernization, long stalled by bureaucracy and budget constraints, is finally accelerating with Japanese support. What is emerging is a new Indo-Pacific security architecture, one where the Philippines is no longer a weak link, but a central hub. Japan and the Philippines cannot match China's military power on their own. But deterrence does not hinge on matching strength. It hinges on altering the opponent's calculations. Together, and reinforced by the United States, Tokyo and Manila form a fast-emerging deterrent triangle. Alone, neither can stop China. Together, with overlapping alliances, shared deployments, rapid access agreements, and coordinated exercises, they can raise the cost of aggression, slow Beijing's advances, and reshape the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. This alliance will not end China's ambitions, but it can make those ambitions far more difficult and far more dangerous for Beijing to pursue. If you liked the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
We are shaping the Philippines into a future-ready maritime hub that can meet the evolving demands of global trade. So together, let us shape a bagong Pilipinas that champions economic growth, industrial self-reliance, and national security, and continue to proudly showcase Filipino excellence to the rest of the world.
30 years ago, Balamban was barely a dot on the map. It was a quiet coastal town on the western edge of Cebu Island in the Philippines. Fishermen, coconut trees, and not much else. Today, giant ocean-going vessels are built there. Massive cargo ships, bulk carriers, and tankers slide off slipways into the water and sail away to the Atlantic, the Pacific, and every ocean in between. Almost 400 ships have been built in Balamban and delivered to ports across the world. All of them built by Filipino hands. That transformation didn't happen by accident. It happened because Japan came to the Philippines with money,
technology, and a vision. And now, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is betting that what started as a Japanese investment project can become a permanent pillar of Philippine power, economically and strategically. The big question is, will it last this time?
What is made in the Philippines can stand shoulder to shoulder with the best of anywhere in the world. It places the Philippines firmly on the map as a future-ready maritime manufacturing hub.
On June 3, 2026, President Marcos signed Proclamation 1288. The order added 64.7 hectares of land to the West Cebu Industrial Park Special Economic Zone, known as the WCIP, in Balamban, Cebu. It was the third time Marcos had expanded this particular piece of real estate. The first expansion came before this one, then another in October 2024. Now this. The WCIP is now more than 600 hectares in total. That is roughly the size of 840 football fields. And inside this industrial zone, one company runs the show, Tsuneshi Heavy Industries Inc., a Japanese shipbuilding giant that has been operating in Balamban since the mid-1990s. Tsuneshi is a joint venture between Japan's Tsuneshi Holdings and the Philippines' own Aboitiz Group, one of the country's most powerful conglomerates. Sabine Aboitiz, president and CEO of the Aboitiz Group, said something at a ceremony earlier this year that stuck. All built by Filipino hands and sailed by Filipinos throughout the world's oceans.
Our first dual bunker and methanol vessel made here in Balamban, Cebu. So it's a big deal. We made about 400 vessels since we started, all made by Filipino hands and sailed by Filipino sailors around the world, right?
He was not just being patriotic. He was describing a genuine reality, supported the construction of nearly 400 ships, most of them delivered to international buyers. The proclamation did not come out of nowhere. It came right after Marcos returned from a state visit to Japan, a 4-day trip to Tokyo that produced agreements worth a staggering 56.3 billion Philippine pesos in investments. Shipbuilding was the centerpiece. On May 28, 2026, Marcos sat down in Tokyo with Hitoshi Kono, the chairman and CEO of Tsuneshi Group Corporation. Trade Secretary Christina Roque was also in the room. Kono laid out Tsuneshi's plans to expand and modernize its Balamban shipyard. The proposal included a new dry dock, new production buildings, and infrastructure upgrades designed to significantly increase production capacity. But the meeting wasn't just about construction plans. It was also about the future of green shipping. Tsuneshi told Marcos they plan to push ahead with next generation, environmentally sustainable shipbuilding, the kind of vessels that will define the global maritime industry for the next several decades. Tsuneshi's operations in Cebu have helped transform Balamban into one of the country's leading shipbuilding and industrial hubs, creating thousands of jobs and opportunities for Filipino workers and local communities. Trade Secretary Christina Roque, May 2026 Secretary Roque, underscored that the Philippines doesn't just see Tsuneshi as an investor. The government sees them as a long-term partner in building the country's maritime manufacturing ecosystem.
Tsuneshi Group Corporation, which is into shipbuilding. Sa Cebu naman po ito. This is together with the Aboitiz Group, and they have also pledged an investment of 10 billion pesos. So we are just waiting for approval, PRA, and then after that, they should be ready to go. So we need to continue to build ships here in the Philippines, and we are hoping to be the top 4 in the world sa shipbuilding. So again, another confidence in the Philippines, these Japanese companies.
That language matters. It signals that Manila wants this relationship to be structural, built into the economy, not just a lease arrangement that can be canceled when the business climate shifts. If you want to understand where the Philippines is headed in shipbuilding, look at one specific vessel. Its hull number was SC-443. Its name, when it was finally delivered to the world, was the Brave Pioneer. On January 15, 2026, President Marcos himself stood at the Tsuneshi shipyard in Balamban to preside over the naming and delivery ceremony of the Brave Pioneer. It was the Philippines' first methanol dual-fueled bulk carrier. In fact, it was among the first vessels of its kind anywhere on Earth. The ship is a Comsar-Max bulk carrier, meaning it is large enough to transit the port of Comsar in Guinea, West Africa, through the Atlantic. At 81,200 deadweight tons, it is a commercial giant. But what makes it remarkable is not its size. It is its fuel system. The Brave Pioneer runs on methanol, a low-carbon alternative to conventional marine fuel. Compared to a standard vessel, it cuts carbon dioxide emissions by 10%, nitrogen oxide emissions by 80%, and sulfur oxide emissions by 99%. That is not a marginal improvement. That is a different category of ship entirely. And it was assembled in the Philippines by Filipino workers in Balamban, Cebu, the same quiet coastal town that barely existed on international maps 30 years ago. Here is the headline that every Philippine government official loves to repeat. The Philippines is the fourth largest shipbuilding nation on Earth, behind only China, South Korea, and Japan. That claim is real. The OECD confirmed it in a peer review published in September 2025. In 2022, the Philippines held that ranking based on global output. But the same OECD report tells a more complicated story, one that the government brochures tend to leave out. Philippine shipbuilding peaked somewhere between 2014 and 2015. After that, output fell sharply. In 2018, the country was producing 873,000 compensated gross tons of ships per year. By 2019, that number had collapsed to 406,000, a decline of more than 53% in a single year. What happened? One shipyard destroyed everything. Hanjin Heavy Industries, a South Korean giant that had built a massive facility at Subic Bay, went bankrupt in 2019 in what became the largest corporate bankruptcy in Philippine history. When Hanjin shut down, it took a huge chunk of the country's production capacity with it. The OECD noted that the industry's dependence on large foreign-owned facilities made the collapse catastrophic. That lesson still hangs over every conversation about Philippine shipbuilding today. Between 2000 and 2024, 99% of all ships produced for export in the Philippines were built by foreign-owned shipyards. The country's domestic shipbuilders are focused almost entirely on repair and small local work. The export economy of Philippine shipbuilding is essentially a foreign operation happening on Philippine soil. After Hanjin's collapse, the Subic Bay shipyard sat idle. Then came a bidding war. And according to USNI News, it was not just commercial companies that were interested. Chinese investors reportedly wanted the yard. They did not get it. American investment firm Cerberus Capital Management took control. In September 2025, the revived yard, now operating as the Aguila Subic Shipyard under South Korea's HD Hyundai, launched commercial vessel operations. The Philippine Navy leases part of the facility for repairs. U.S. defense firms have set up presence in the surrounding area. A separate munitions plant has been approved nearby. U.S. Ambassador Mary Kay Carlson celebrated the moment publicly. Shipbuilding is back at the Aguila Subic Shipyard. The symbolism was unmistakable. Subic Bay, formerly a massive U.S. military base, then abandoned, then threatened by Chinese investment, is now back in the Allied orbit, producing ships, hosting the Philippine Navy, and sitting strategically close to the South China Sea. Strategic location matters here. Subic Bay is 90 kilometers from Manila and positioned near the resource-rich waters where China and the Philippines have been clashing for years. Building serious shipyard infrastructure there is not just an economic decision. It is a security one. You cannot talk about Philippine maritime infrastructure without talking about China. In August 2025, a Philippine Coast Guard vessel, BRP Suluan, was conducting a routine patrol near Scarborough Shoal when Chinese Coast Guard and People's Liberation Army Navy ships maneuvered aggressively to expel it from the area. The incident was captured on video and released by Manila. It was one of many such confrontations that have occurred with increasing regularity since 2023. China's shipbuilding capacity is not a background detail in this story. It is the defining fact. A 2025 U.S. Congressional Research Service report stated that China's shipbuilding capacity is 230 times that of the United States. China, South Korea, and Japan together account for 95% of the global order book. If conflict ever erupts in the South China Sea, the Philippines would be facing a naval power that can build and replace warships at a rate no other country can match. This is why analysts say that the Philippines' shipbuilding ambitions are not just about jobs and exports. They are about whether the Philippines can ever develop a maritime industrial base that supports its own defense. A report from CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, put it directly, developing a domestic industrial base to support a modern fleet is essential to its sustainability. It also addresses supply chain resiliency requirements. In other words, if you cannot repair, maintain, and eventually build your own naval vessels, you are permanently dependent on foreign goodwill for your own security. The Philippine government has a plan. It is called the Maritime Industry Development Plan, or MIDP, covering the years 2019 to 2028. The plan was adopted under Executive Order 55 in 2024 and sets out a vision to make the Philippines a nationally integrated and globally competitive maritime industry by 2028. There are programs for workforce training, green technology, infrastructure upgrades, and financial support through state-owned banks. The Development Bank of the Philippines has a PHP 50 billion loan facility specifically earmarked for MIDP-aligned shipbuilding projects. The bank covers up to 70% of project costs and offers long-term loans at competitive rates. As of December 2024, 37 projects had already been financed under this scheme. A new Shipbuilding and Ship Repair Development Bill of 2025 is also working through the legislative process. If passed, it would give the sector formal recognition as a strategic economic driver, with tax exemptions, incentives for green technology investment, and structured support for workforce training. That all sounds solid. But analysts point to structural gaps that policy documents do not fully solve. Philippine shipyards still depend overwhelmingly on foreign companies for actual production. Local supply chains are thin, infrastructure in many yards is aging, and the country is competing against China, South Korea, and Japan, three nations that have spent decades building national champions in shipbuilding, backed by state subsidies and massive capital investment that the Philippines simply cannot match. The OECD peer review was direct about this. The Philippines faces limited fiscal space and higher borrowing costs that make it difficult to compete at the scale of the established powers. Here is the central tension that defines Philippine shipbuilding today. The industry produces impressive numbers, more than 14,000 workers, nearly 400 ships delivered, fourth in the world, a methanol-powered vessel that made global headlines, a 600-hectare special economic zone anchored by Japanese capital and technology. But 99% of the export production is done by foreign companies. The moment a major foreign investor, like Hanjin in 2019, decides to leave, the numbers collapse. The country's ranking can fall off a cliff almost overnight. The workers lose their jobs, the export revenue vanishes, and the Philippine state is left trying to pick up the pieces. The question that analysts keep asking is this: when Tsuneishi eventually decides to expand somewhere else, or restructure its global operations, what remains? Does the Philippines have a generation of Filipino engineers, Filipino managers, and Filipino entrepreneurs who have absorbed the knowledge and built their own capacity? Or does it just have an empty dock and a fond memory? There are reasons for cautious optimism. Tsuneishi established the Lapu-Lapu Cebu International College in 2021, specifically to train Filipino talent for the maritime industry. Over 12,000 Filipinos currently work in Balamban with skills that did not exist in this country 3 decades ago. The Aboitiz Group, a Filipino conglomerate, is a genuine partner in the venture, not just a landlord. These are signs of knowledge transfer that the Hanjin era never produced. And President Marcos is clearly treating shipbuilding as a strategic priority, not just an economic talking point. 3 expansions of the WCIP, a trip to Japan specifically to meet Tsuneishi's chairman, a state-level push to lock in green shipbuilding technology before the global market standardizes around it. These are not the moves of a government treating foreign investment as passive income. Balamban, Cebu is a window into the larger story of what the Philippines is trying to become. It is a country of over 7,600 islands, surrounded by strategic waterways, positioned at the intersection of the world's busiest shipping lanes, and increasingly pressed by a rising China that contests its maritime territory in the South China Sea. The ships that leave Balamban today carry grain and ore across the Atlantic. Tomorrow, the government hopes some of those ships will also carry the weight of Philippine sovereignty in contested waters. That requires not just more ships, It requires the ability to build them, maintain them, and eventually design them on Philippine soil with Philippine expertise. Whether the Marcos administration's shipbuilding push delivers lasting capacity or remains a leased industry dressed up in national pride, that is the question that will define the country's maritime future for a generation. The brave pioneer has already sailed. The next question is whether the Philippines is truly ready to follow.
The Balikatan Exercises 2026 successfully conducted a maritime strike targeting the retired Philippine Navy vessel VRP Quezon. This marks the first ever firing of missiles from Japan's Type 88 surface-to-ship missile system in the drill.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. He welcomes Japan's policy shift to allow, in principle, the export of lethal weapons and notes the Japan-Philippine relationship has entered a new phase.
For 80 years, Japan kept a promise. After World War II, the country put down its weapons. It built cars, not warships. It exported electronics, not missiles. Pacifism was written into the law and stitched into the national identity. Then on May 6, 2026, that promise quietly broke. From a sandy stretch of beach in northern Luzon, a Japanese launcher fired 2 missiles into the South China Sea. 6 minutes later, a former Philippine Navy ship, once an American World War II vessel, broke apart and sank beneath the waves. It was the first time Japan had fired an offensive missile from foreign soil since 1945. And it happened in the Philippines. This was not a mistake. It was not a sudden burst of aggression. It was a message, one being heard from Manila to Tokyo to Beijing. Japan and the Philippines are no longer just trading partners. They are becoming military allies. And the entire balance of power in the Indo-Pacific is shifting because of it.
We do not canalize the area, but insofar as we have convergence with our like-minded partners, this is our share and helping us to put in, to punch with our own weight in defending ourselves and to contributing to regional peace and stability.
The story really begins one day earlier on May 5, 2026, in Manila. Japanese Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi sat across from Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr. at a press conference. Both men looked relaxed, but the agreement they announced would change the course of Asian security. The two countries set up a new working group to plan the transfer of Japanese warships and aircraft to the Philippines, including Japan's Abukuma-class destroyers and TC-90 patrol planes. We agreed to move forward with discussions aimed at realizing comprehensive equipment cooperation with a view to the early transfer of Abukuma-class destroyers and TC-90 aircraft.
Under this new framework for the transfer of defense equipment, Secretary Teodoro and I signed statement on the further promotion of defense equipment and technology cooperation with a view to the early transfer of Abukuma-class destroyers and TC-90 aircraft, as well as other defense equipment.
Shinjiro Koizumi, Japanese Defense Minister then Teodoro, shared something even bigger. The destroyers, he said, would not be sold. They would be given away. The transfer is a giveaway. Gilberto Teodoro Jr., Philippine Defense Secretary, that single line marked a turning point. Japan was no longer just talking about defense cooperation. It was actually putting warships in friendly hands.
And it's fundamental not only for Japan, but also for us, and internally within us too, and other initiatives that we talked about earlier. We thank Japan once again. Its review of the 3 principles on the transfer of defense equipment and technology and its implementing guidelines. And we were very happy to work with Japan.
For decades, Japan's constitution and export rules made deals like this impossible. After World War II, Japan adopted strict rules against selling weapons overseas. The country could only export things like uniforms, gas masks, and rescue equipment. Anything that could kill, destroyers, missiles, fighter jets, was off the table. Then on April 21st, 2026, everything changed. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's cabinet approved a major policy shift. Japan's new rules now allow the export of lethal weapons to 17 trusted partner countries, including the Philippines. Fighter jets, missiles, destroyers, all now on the table. China was the first to react. Beijing warned of moves towards militarism in Tokyo.
近期，高市政权大力发展军工产业，现在又公然宣称为长期战争，是不是要重蹈历史覆辙？在再军事化的道路上狂飙突进，再次成为东亚的祸源。
But for Manila, the new rules opened a door it had been waiting to walk through. This was not a one-off move. Japan had been preparing for this moment for years. In 2014, Tokyo first eased its decades-old export rules and began sending non-lethal supplies. In December 2023, it allowed the sale of certain lethal weapons built under license back to the original makers, such as the United States. The April 2026 change was the final step, and the biggest. The Abukuma-class destroyer escorts are not new. They were built between 1989 and 1993. Japan is retiring them. But for the Philippine Navy, they are a huge upgrade. Each ship is about 109 meters long. It weighs around 2,000 tonnes and carries a crew of about 120 sailors. The vessels are armed with torpedoes, Type 90 anti-ship missiles, a 76 EME OT or Malara gun, and phalanx air defense systems. They can hit speeds of 27 knots. 6 ships are involved. For Manila, this is the kind of jump that takes most countries a decade to make. The Philippine Navy today is small. Many of its ships are old patrol boats with light weapons. By comparison, China's Navy is now the largest in the world. It operates more than 400 vessels, including aircraft carriers, modern destroyers, and submarines. The math is brutal. That is why even older Japanese destroyers matter. They give the Philippines more eyes on the sea, more firepower in disputed waters, and, most importantly, more reasons for an opponent to think twice. But the destroyers were only half the story. On May 6, 2026, just one day after the press conference, Japanese soldiers stood on the Kulili Point sand dunes in Pauay, Ilocos Norte. A 6-wheeled launcher carried a Type 88 surface-to-ship missile. The target was about 75 kilometers away in the South China Sea. At 10:30 a.m., the launcher fired 2 missiles. 6 minutes later, the BRP Quezon, a decommissioned Philippine Navy vessel originally built in 1944 as the U.S. minesweeper USS Vigilance, was hit and sank. Around 70 Japanese personnel ran the missile crew that day. Watching from the stands were Defense Minister Koizumi and Secretary Teodoro. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. observed the exercise from military headquarters in Quezon City.
That has been to the advantage, certainly, of the Philippines, and we are very grateful for Japan's continuing help and support in terms of our modernization of our military.
The Type 88 is not new. Built by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, it has been in Japanese service for more than 35 years. It carries a 225-kilogram high-explosive warhead and has a range of about 180 kilometers. Each truck-mounted launcher holds 6 missiles. Until May 2026, no Type 88 had ever been fired outside Japan. History buffs noticed something painful in the moment. The USS Vigilance had fought against Japan during World War II. 80 years later, a Japanese missile sank what was left of her, this time with Filipino allies cheering on the shore. It is the first time that the Japanese tested their Type 88. We have seen how it works, and we can interoperate it in the future. It is something we should integrate in the future. Secretary Teodoro to reporters at Pauay that single live fire was Japan's first overseas firing of an offensive missile since the end of World War II.
Insofar as we have convergence with our like-minded partners, this is our share and helping us to punch with our own weight in defending ourselves and to contributing to regional peace and stability.
The missile firing was part of Balikatan 2026. the largest joint exercise hosted by the Philippines in decades. The numbers were enormous: 17,000 personnel from 7 countries, about 10,000 American troops, 1,400 Japanese personnel. Japan's first time as a full combat participant. Forces from Australia, Canada, France, and New Zealand also joined. Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder in Tagalog. In 2026, the phrase finally lived up to its name. Canada, France, and New Zealand joined active drills for the first time. The exercise was not only about ships and missiles, it was about geography. The drills took place in northern Luzon and Palawan, 2 of the most strategic spots on the planet right now. Ilocos Norte sits roughly 400 kilometers south of Taiwan. It overlooks the Luzon Strait, the main sea corridor that Chinese ships use to enter the Pacific Ocean. If conflict ever broke out over Taiwan, the Luzon Strait would matter. A lot. Japanese, American, Filipino, and Canadian forces practiced exactly the kind of fight that could happen there, sinking enemy ships before they ever reach friendly waters. This is what military planners call anti-access, area denial. In plain English, making the cost of crossing the line too high to bear. China's reaction came fast and bitter. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian called the Type 88 firing proof of neo-militarism in Japan. He pointed to the 80th anniversary of the Tokyo war crimes trials and accused Tokyo of failing to reflect on its past. This is yet another example of the Japanese right-wing forces' push for accelerated remilitarization of Japan. Some of their policies and moves have gone far beyond the scope of self-defense. Lin Jian, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson then, he added a line that struck nerves in Manila. Japan once invaded and imposed colonial rule over the Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries, and thus shoulder grave historical responsibilities.
正是基于日本的侵略历史，为防范日本军国主义死灰复燃，开罗宣言、波茨坦公告和日本投降书等一系列具有充分国际法效力的文件，明确规定，日本应完全解除武装，不得维持能使其重新武装的产业。日本的宪法对本国军力、交战权、战争权也作出严格的限制。
History is real. The Japanese occupation of the Philippines from 1941 to 1945 was brutal. The Bataan Death March, the Manila Massacre, and the suffering of comfort women left deep wounds. Roughly 1 million Filipino civilians died during World War II. But Manila was not going to be lectured by Beijing. On May 8, Secretary Teodoro responded with rare directness. It's surprising coming from China, a dictatorship whose military suppresses its own people, and then they use improper references to history while hiding what they themselves are doing. Secretary Teodoro, he added that China had no business commenting on what happens in the Philippines, and that Beijing should focus on its own backyard instead.
If any country is worried about our defense engagements and resilience, it's because they have a bad intention and a bad motive to begin with. And we cannot discount the fact that whatever reason, we have an arbitral award, which is already part of the law of the land.
It was one of the strongest verbal exchanges between Manila and Beijing in months, and it captured the new reality. The Philippines is no longer hedging. It is choosing, and choosing fast. For years, Manila tried balancing between Washington and Beijing. But constant incidents in the West Philippine Sea, water cannons, blockades, dangerous maneuvers near Second Thomas Shoal pushed the Marcos government toward stronger partnerships with traditional allies. Now those partnerships are real. The Japan-Philippines Reciprocal Access Agreement, ratified on September 11, 2025, made the May missile firing legally possible. American troops have more access under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Joint patrols are increasing every month. For ordinary Filipinos and Japanese, this all sounds far away. But it is not. Filipino fishermen still face harassment near contested shoals. Japanese ships still encounter Chinese vessels near the Senkaku Islands. Every close call carries the risk of a wider crisis. One mistake, one collision, one bad signal. That is why countries across the region are getting ready, not for war, but for the kind of strength that prevents one. Japan is leading what may be the biggest shift in its post-war defense policy. The Philippines is moving faster than ever to modernize its navy. Together, they are doing something that would have seemed impossible 20 years ago, building a real military partnership between former occupier and former occupied, one based on shared interests, not old wounds. The transfer of Abukuma destroyers and TC-90 aircraft still needs technical work, legal arrangements, training programs, and maintenance plans. There will be challenges. The Philippine Navy mostly uses South Korean platforms today, so integrating Japanese vessels will take effort. But the political direction is locked in. Tokyo is exporting destroyers, missiles, and surveillance systems. Manila is building bases, joining exercises, and signing access agreements. Washington is backing both. China is watching every move. The first island chain, that long curve of islands stretching from Japan to Taiwan to the Philippines, is no longer just geography. It is becoming a wall of allies, a wall of ships, a wall of missiles. And on a sunny morning in May 2026, on a beach in northern Luzon, that wall fired its first shot. The world heard it, and Asia will never quite be the same.
Meantime, a defense pact between Japan and the Philippines takes effect, allowing their troops to enter each other's territory for training and joint operations.
The Japan-Philippines security axis is accelerating faster than any other defense partnership in the Indo-Pacific. And the latest development marks another leap forward. On November 26, 2025, Philippine Navy Chief Vice Admiral Jose Ambrosio Espeleta confirmed that Manila is now seeking 5 additional retired TC-90 maritime patrol aircraft from Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, a move that comes on the heels of ongoing talks about Japan's possible transfer of retired Abukuma-class destroyer escorts. These are not minor requests. They are building blocks of a strategic transformation that is redefining how Manila monitors, defends, and asserts presence across its vast maritime territory. For Japan, this deepening cooperation reflects its expanding security role across the first island chain. For the Philippines, it is a critical step in closing long-standing surveillance gaps at sea. As Vice Admiral Espeleta put it clearly, "We still have a lot of gaps in our maritime domain awareness, so we want to determine if we can incorporate these additional aircraft into our fleet." Beneath that simple statement lies a much bigger story, one of 2 democracies aligning their capabilities, doctrines, and strategic futures at a moment when maritime tensions are rising and the need for credible, coordinated defense has never been more urgent.
A diplomatic row between China and Japan stirring up old maritime tensions. China has sent a Coast Guard ship formation through islands that are claimed by both Beijing and Tokyo.
The Philippines is urgently seeking more TC-90 aircraft because it faces a surveillance challenge unlike anything most nations confront. With a 2.26 million square kilometer exclusive economic zone, one of the largest in Asia, the country is responsible for monitoring waters so vast that even major navies struggle to patrol such distances. Yet Manila can currently keep watch over only about 30% of this maritime expanse, leaving enormous blind spots that Chinese Coast Guard vessels, maritime militia, and research ships routinely exploit. This is where the TC-90 becomes critically important. Originally used by Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force for pilot training and maritime reconnaissance, the twin turboprop aircraft has proven ideal for the Philippines' needs. Slow enough to observe fishing vessels up close, fast enough to cover long stretches of coastline, and versatile enough to track militia swarms, shadow suspicious ships, and conduct route surveillance over hotspots like Scarborough Shoal, the Batanes Islands, and Palawan's contested waters. But the significance of the TC-90 goes beyond its technical performance. It carries strategic and historical weight. When Japan first transferred 5 TC-90s to the Philippines in 2017 and 2018, it marked Tokyo's first ever transfer of military aircraft abroad, made possible only after Japan relaxed its strict defense export rules in 2014.
These TC-90s primarily will be used to patrol our maritime domain.
That transfer broke decades-old barriers and signaled Japan's willingness to take on a more proactive role in regional security. As Japan's Ministry of Defense said at the time, the TC-90 transfer symbolizes Japan's commitment to supporting regional maritime security. 8 years later, the symbolism has matured into a hard strategy. The Philippines needs more eyes in the sky, and Japan is emerging as the partner most willing and most capable of filling that gap.
Japan's growing list of defense transfers to the Philippines is no longer just a series of isolated donations. It has evolved into a structured, long-term security partnership that is accelerating faster than any Manila-Tokyo cooperation in modern history. Tokyo has already delivered advanced air surveillance radar systems and is now preparing to send new coastal monitoring radars under its Official Security Assistance (OSA) framework, part of Japan's expanding portfolio of military aid to like-minded Indo-Pacific states. Even surveillance drones, maritime intelligence equipment, and additional pilot training programs are now part of ongoing discussions. What makes these transfers strategically transformative is how they align with the Philippines' rapid establishment of new forward operating bases across its northern frontier, including the emerging hub in Mahatao, Batanes, a mere 200 kilometers from Taiwan. As these outposts begin to take shape, Japan's radars, patrol aircraft, and future unmanned systems will help Manila monitor the Luzon Strait, the North Philippine Sea, and the increasingly contested West Philippine Sea with far greater accuracy and persistence than ever before. This is not simply capacity building. It is the creation of a shared surveillance architecture stretching across the first island chain. And Japan is not limiting its support to hardware alone. Tokyo has opened its doors to Philippine sailors and aviators undergoing anti-submarine warfare training, an area where Japan's expertise is world-class and essential for detecting growing Chinese submarine activity near Philippine waters. As Vice Admiral Espeleta acknowledged, Japan is helping us with intelligence sharing and anti-submarine expertise. We need this to build a modern navy. The message behind these transfers is unmistakable. Japan is no longer just helping the Philippines watch its seas, it is helping Manila prepare to defend them. The possible transfer of Japan's Abukuma-class destroyer escorts represents one of the most significant naval modernization opportunities the Philippines has faced in years, not simply because of the ships themselves, but because of what they symbolize in Manila-Tokyo security relations. Built between 1989 and 1993, the 6 Abukuma-class vessels that the Philippine Navy inspected are proven multi-role workhorses, designed with a strong emphasis on anti-submarine warfare, coastal patrol operations, and escort missions. Exactly the kind of gap-filling capabilities the Philippines urgently needs as Chinese submarines, Coast Guard cutters, and maritime militia push deeper into contested waters. Vice Admiral Espeleta's request for at least 3 vessels reflects a pragmatic doctrine rather than ambition. 1 ship deployed on operational patrols, 1 in scheduled maintenance, and 1 dedicated to crew training and systems integration. This rotation ensures that the Navy maintains real, uninterrupted maritime presence without overtaxing new assets, a critical lesson learned from previous fleets that wore out faster than they could be replaced. But the true complexity lies not in the ship's condition, but in the legal and political debate unfolding in Tokyo. Japan's current arms export restrictions limit the transfer of lethal weaponry, a legacy of its post-war pacifist constitution. Yet the ruling Liberal Democratic Party has been openly pushing to relax these rules, arguing that Japan must support partners facing coercion and contribute more meaningfully to regional stability. If the Abukuma transfer moves forward, it would mark one of Japan's largest ever military equipment exports and a historic expansion of defense cooperation with the Philippines, a signal that Tokyo is stepping firmly into its role as a proactive security actor. For Manila, receiving these ships would not only strengthen its naval posture, but also deepen integration with Japan's fleet, doctrine, and maritime strategy. For Tokyo, it would represent a turning point in its willingness to empower partner nations facing the same strategic pressures it confronts from Beijing. The Abukuma-class vessels are more than hulls and hardware. They are a test case for how far the Japan-Philippines strategic partnership is prepared to go. The Philippines is pursuing more TC-90s and potentially Abukuma-class ships,
because these platforms directly support the country's most urgent doctrinal and strategic requirements as it shifts from internal insurgency operations to full external defense. At the core of this transition is maritime domain awareness, the ability to actually see, track, and understand what is happening across the vastness of the West Philippine Sea and along the northern approaches facing Taiwan. TC-90 aircraft they fill the space between drones, coastal radars, and satellite feeds, creating a continuous watch that exposes the movements of Chinese militia swarms, Coast Guard cutters, survey vessels, and submarines before they can position themselves for coercive actions. At the same time, the potential acquisition of Abukuma-class destroyer escorts speaks to an even deeper doctrinal need: anti-submarine warfare. As China increases its submarine deployments in the South China Sea, including quiet diesel-electric boats capable of hiding in deep trenches off Palawan and Luzon, the Philippines urgently requires ships equipped with sonar, torpedoes, and trained crews capable of detecting and tracking undersea threats. These vessels would provide Manila with a baseline ASW capability it currently does not possess. Together, the TC-99s and Abukumas serve a broader transformation already underway within the armed forces of the Philippines, a pivot toward regional deterrence that aligns Manila with the archipelagic defense strategies of the United States and Japan. By strengthening maritime surveillance, expanding ASW capacity, and integrating into allied networks, the Philippines is not just acquiring equipment, it is building the doctrinal foundation of a modern external defense force prepared for the strategic realities of the Indo-Pacific.
Meantime, a defense pact between Japan and the Philippines takes effect, allowing their troops to enter each other's territory for training and joint operations.
The engine driving this entire wave of Japan-Philippines defense cooperation is the Reciprocal Access Agreement, a pact that quietly but decisively rewires how the two countries operate together. Now fully in force, the RAA removes the bureaucratic barriers that once slowed joint training, ship movements, overflight permissions, and equipment transfers, replacing them with a framework similar in spirit to the US-Japan Status of Forces Agreement. With the RAA, Japanese maritime self-defense force vessels can conduct more frequent port calls. Japanese troops can rotate for exercises with minimal paperwork, and both nations can stage joint operations with a level of logistical ease that would have been unthinkable only a few years ago. This isn't just about convenience, it is about interoperability becoming the norm rather than the exception. It allows MSDF aircraft and Philippine crews to train together on maritime patrol missions, enables destroyers and Philippine Navy vessels to rehearse anti-submarine drills, and opens the door for more complex deployments across Batanes, Luzon, and Palawan. As Vice Admiral Espeleta put it, now that the RAA is in place, we expect more regular exercises and more port calls from the MSDF. But the deeper significance is geopolitical. The RAA effectively anchors the Philippines inside the Japan-US-Philippines security triangle, one of the Indo-Pacific's most important and rapidly consolidating defense alignments. With the RAA in force, Tokyo and Manila are no longer occasional partners. They are operationally linked, strategically synchronized, and positioned to act together across the first island chain at a time when maritime tensions are rising and collective deterrence has never mattered more. The deepening Japan-Philippines partnership cannot be understood without recognizing the accelerating tension in the West Philippine Sea, where China's coercion has reached levels that neither Manila nor Tokyo can afford to ignore. Water cannon strikes powerful enough to injure sailors, dangerous intercepts near Ayungin Shoal, and the relentless presence of China's maritime militia swarms have turned Philippine patrols into high-risk missions, where every approach, every maneuver, and every mile traversed must be filmed, logged, and prepared for escalation. Beneath the surface, the situation is just as troubling. Chinese submarines have stepped up their patrols through vital sea lanes and choke points, moving quietly through waters that connect the South China Sea to the Pacific, exactly the routes Japan depends on for energy, trade, and maritime security. This is why Tokyo is so deeply engaged. Japan sees the Philippines not just as a partner, but as the critical southern anchor of the first island chain, the geographic barrier that shapes China's strategic reach and influences any potential Taiwan contingency. By strengthening Manila's surveillance capabilities, Japan helps protect sea lanes that carry its oil from the Middle East, supports early warning systems that matter for Taiwan's defense,
and reinforces the principle that freedom of navigation must be defended, not merely declared. At the heart of this alignment is a simple truth. Japan and the Philippines are frontline states facing the same pattern of Chinese assertiveness. Their challenges are intertwined, their vulnerabilities overlap, and their security is now inseparable. In this context, every TC-90 aircraft added, every radar installed, every port call made under the RAA becomes part of a shared strategic shield, a regional response to a regional threat. The Philippines' pursuit of more TC-90s and the potential acquisition of Abukuma-class ships directly reshape the Navy's future posture, creating what defense planners increasingly describe as a triangle of defense, a geographic and operational framework that finally gives Manila layered coverage across its most vulnerable maritime frontiers. In the north, bases in Batanes, armed with Japanese radars and reinforced by U.S. surveillance platforms, provide early warning across the Luzon Strait, a choke point critical not only for Philippine security, but for Taiwan contingency scenarios. To the west, TC-90 patrol planes, fixed coastal radars, and the newly deployed BrahMos missile batteries form the backbone of deterrence in the West Philippine Sea, giving the Philippines the eyes, the tracking data, and the strike capability needed to monitor, and if necessary, challenge hostile movements near Scarborough Shoal and Second Thomas Shoal. In the south, maritime patrol expansion and upgraded ports strengthen the Navy's ability to respond to gray zone activity, smuggling routes, and potential incursions into the Sulu and Celebes seas. The synergy of these assets becomes even clearer when viewed through the lens of modernization. The TC-90s, with their long flight endurance and wide area coverage, dramatically enhance the reconnaissance and targeting picture for systems like BrahMos, giving mobile missile batteries the real-time intelligence they need to track surface targets across hundreds of kilometers. Meanwhile, the Abukuma-class destroyer escorts would provide badly needed anti-submarine and escort capabilities, allowing the Navy to protect its patrol ships, safeguard undersea cables, and accompany logistical convoys during crises. All of this supports a broader evolution unfolding within the service. The Philippine Navy is no longer merely a coastal constabulary force. It is beginning to function as a true maritime defense institution with layered surveillance, strike readiness, and multi-domain coordination. As Vice Admiral Espeleta put it plainly, "We're trying to build a modern Navy. We need expertise from Japan and the US." That statement captures the transition now underway. These acquisitions are not about prestige hardware. They are about transforming the Navy into a force that can detect earlier, respond faster, and operate confidently in a region where maritime threats are becoming more complex, more coordinated, and more strategically consequential by the year.
The Philippines' move to acquire more TC-90 patrol aircraft and potentially bring Abukuma-class ships into its fleet marks a historic acceleration in its military modernization. But more importantly, it signals the emergence of a new security architecture taking shape across the Indo-Pacific. What once felt like cautious cooperation has now matured into one of the region's fastest-growing strategic partnerships, with Japan stepping forward as Manila's closest security partner after the United States. The RAA has transformed a relationship from episodic cooperation into a living framework. Intelligence sharing, joint patrols, anti-submarine training, and asset transfers are no longer symbolic gestures, but the building blocks of a durable security alliance. For the Philippines, this means greater surveillance, stronger deterrence, and a Navy that can finally watch, respond, and defend across the vastness of its maritime territory. For the region, it represents something even larger, a shift toward a collaborative Indo-Pacific where frontline democracies reinforce one another, where deterrence is shared, and where security is built not on isolation, but on partnership. In a time of rising maritime coercion, Japan and the Philippines are proving that cooperation is not just an option. It is the new strategic currency of a region determined to shape its own future. If you like the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
Excellency, nakatanigan.
Japan has a long history of not exporting weapons. However, sending the Philippines its first military command and control systems changes the situation. What does this mean for the countries of the Indo-Pacific? Japan and the Philippines are constructing networks and systems and defense doctrines that allow interoperable military commands and conduct. Why did Japan choose the Philippines over more conventional partners like Vietnam, South Korea, Australia, and even the US for training and first command control systems to be integrated into joint exercises and operations? This is a new strategic situation for both the US and Japan. The Philippines and Japan are no longer only passive allies of the US. Japan is shifting its international position to be more openly an ally that collaborates to provide regional defense and security, and no longer just self-defense. Japan can now provide military technology and devices, and no longer has to comply with the US restrictions on military technology.
Our alliance has never been stronger. Our mutual defense treaty is the bedrock of that. We share concerns about China's coercion in the South China Sea.
The US ally in the South China Sea is the Philippines, and it is completing the fastest modernization of the military in its history, incorporating new integrated systems, radar and missile systems, enhanced and expanded maritime surveillance, and a new integrated US ally structure around early warning systems. As Japan moves from being a non-exporter to a proactive partner, the Philippines is shifting from an internal security focus to external defense, including enhancing its military assets to embark on a modern and credible military deterrence system in the West Philippine Sea. Japan's moves in the Philippines are motivated not just by technology, but by trust. This is an indication that Manila is now an important security player on the international scene. This is comparable to Norway's prominence in the Arctic strategy of NATO, or the transformation of Poland from a Soviet-era country to a key player in Europe's defense in the front line. The Philippines is now being positioned just like Israel and South Korea, which became regional centers in the defense of early warning missiles, as Southeast Asia's frontline state in the global defense and marshalling advocacy. Most importantly, it's a sign to friends and foes. Like the Indo-Pacific is moving into a new era of integrated security, where common dangers call for the same technology, united defenses, and common determination. Japan is willing to sell military command and control systems to the Philippines. This will mark great changes in Japan's inability to export military technology. Since the end of the Second World, Japan has restricted itself militarily and has self-imposed export restrictions to what they called the 3 principles on arms exports. Under this, Japan could export anything relevant to combat, but could send military helmets, humanitarian aid, and rescuer aid. Japan, out of a moral stance stemming from their wartime past, kept themselves away from the international arms trade completely. Even when Japan's export restrictions were relaxed in 2014 to allow a total of 5 targets of export: military technology for rescue, transport, vigilance, surveillance, and minesweeping, the restant principle was to provide the help at humanitarian aid and rescuer aid alone, and thus the operational zone aid. The entire message was, Japan will help, but from the side. However, the past has a strange way of changing beliefs. Over the past decade, China has been expanding their naval reach, increasing the amount of times they've rehearsed military operations around Taiwan, and increasing their military incursions around the Senkaku Islands. This caused Japan to be on high alert. Japan noticed that China has been getting more and more aggressive and closing the distance with their ships and aircraft. Japan realized that the threats were surrounding it and were becoming more offensive. It was no longer a situation of whether or not Japan wanted to be defensive, but whether it was possible to continue to be that way. Simultaneously, Washington was urging Japan to take on a more proactive regional position in terms of security. With American focus diffused internationally, and with a growing China, the US needed a reliable and able partner in the Indo-Pacific who could assist in maintaining a rules-based order. Japan was the obvious answer, a growing want to prevent any one power from monopolizing the rivers, and a strategically placed ally with technological prowess. Then there is the economic aspect. Japan's defense industries have modernized at a speed that is rarely recognized outside of the inner circles of policy. Without external markets, defense industries often lack the capacity to innovate, produce, and invest long-term. Tokyo's defensive technologies pressures have made the Philippines a natural partner to fill the gaps of Japan's politically aligned but strategically valuable technology. In this situation, Japan's withdrawal of export restrictions is more than just a change of paperwork. Japan's position is changing out of necessity due to the growing powers of China, the instabilities of the region, and the growing relationships between similar countries.
The export of C2 to the Philippines is more than a small gesture. Japan is now a regional security provider and is willing to help influence the future of the Indo-Pacific. On the Philippines and Japan side, amongst the diplomatic, peaceful, and economic relationships, one of the most pivotal, and again, still one of the most underappreciated partnerships, is Japan and the Philippines' security relationships within the Indo-Pacific region. Over the last decade, an initially irregular diplomatic cooperation and security alignment has blossomed into a full quasi-alliance, underpinned by the increasing shared defense and security realignments. Regular contact and cooperation among the defense ministers has become the standard, and the early 2025 joint framework enables both governments to more formally coordinate on defense and security, including the export of military equipment, the transfer of military technology, and defense industrial security cooperation and military and defense planning. And yes, this is more than simply diplomatic. And yes, this is more than simply building the defense partnerships. On the ground, both the SDF and AFP are realizing a level of interoperability that, until recently, was the sole province of the Philippines' closest military allies, doing military training exercises, more frequent combined military engagements, and joint military exchange programs to improve the military's understanding of the other's military strategies. The partnership between the Philippines and Japan is illustrated by the former's defense exports. In 2023, Japan delivered its first fully assembled defense export, the Mitsubishi Air Defense Radar System, to the Philippines. Japan's export of defense equipment was historically significant, and so was the Philippines' admiration of the system, which was compatible with existing AFP networks, was operationally capable, and had clean integration and strong support throughout the operational lifetime of the system. This success became the groundwork for deeper, more substantial engagements from both. The Philippines and Japan are now freely exploring the transfer of the Type 032 SAM, a medium-range missile system, which will considerably improve the air defense mechanism of the former. The effort to export more technology and defense equipment does not end there. Japan has a significant tech edge, especially in submarine warfare, maritime surveillance, and air defense, and there are ongoing discussions with the Philippines to improve these sectors, which will bring the Philippines to modern capabilities. The ongoing collaborations are evident in the joint maritime exercises, training exchanges, and coordination on maritime patrols. Japan is on track to become the Philippines' third most vital strategic partner, and the most significant after the US, as we see strong joint defense relations developing. This developing dual defense structure will impact the security of the Indo-Pacific for years to come. At the core of this new partnership are more shifting strategic objectives, which make Japan and the Philippines natural allies within the region. Japan's motivation is the most obvious. Tokyo can no longer depend only on the US-Japan alliance to handle an assertive China as the where power is shifting. Japan needs a network of allies, a constellation of partners. By supporting the Philippines, Japan strengthens the southern anchor and thereby builds a more resilient barrier to the expansion of China. By exporting advanced systems like the C2 network, Japan is now as a credible defense exporter, a role they avoided for decades, now as part of an integrated and advanced exporting strategy to assume leadership in the region. And Japan sees a future where air and maritime sensors from friendly Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines down to Australia, and a shared democracy can see and understand the movements of China in the Indo-Pacific. The Philippines has its own urgent and unique challenges. Manila takes daily abuse in the West Philippine Sea, including assaults with water cannons, ship ramming, and militia harassment, and face displacement through disinformation campaigns. Building maritime security is not optional. It is a matter of survival. Building a modern, integrated air and maritime defense system is a requirement for the Philippines to be able to defend itself. Such a system would be able to detect, track, and engage threats before they reach critical levels. Japan has something Manila has been seeking for a long time: dependable and quality military tech that is politically reliable and that strengthens the AFP's capacity and lessens its dependency on a single foreign ally. Furthermore, strengthening ties with Japan also decreases the Philippines' vulnerability to China's diplomatic and economic coercion. For Manila, the partnership is not another transaction to acquire military tech. It is a source of strategic insulation, increased confidence, and a signal to the world that the Philippines is no longer alone on the front lines of the Indo-Pacific. Japan's transfer of its command and control system to the Philippines will not be a simple bilateral system upgrade. It will affect the whole Indo-Pacific's intelligence, deterrence, and industrial systems. First, the system enables a revolutionary leap in integrated intelligence and information sharing, enabling the two countries to more quickly and accurately detect, track, and identify a wide range of Chinese vessels and aircraft. With a Japanese C2 system, the Philippines will be able to join a wider, real-time surveillance network, from Japan's radar coverage in the Ryukyu to Taiwan's monitoring system, and down to the southern defense areas in Luzon and Palawan.
For the first time, the two countries will be able to see the same picture and to be coordinated in their actions across the East China Sea, Bashi Channel, and South China Sea. This will improve their situational awareness and will be able to respond to China's gray zone tactics. This type of integration will not only improve the relationship between Japan and the Philippines, but will improve the integration of the US-Japan-Philippines military alliance.
We will stand with you and work alongside you to deter Chinese aggression. Each day, together, no one should doubt America's commitment to our Indo-Pacific allies and partners.
This will help them respond to military threats more quickly, accurately, and effectively. Second, the system helps prevent things on a big scale. China has to think differently the moment it sees Philippine and Japanese sensors, potentially adaptable with American systems, and that can instantly see and detect sea militia and shadow destroyers or planes that pass the middle lines. Nobody runs surveillance.
Hence, everybody runs the risk of getting complacent. China runs the risk of heightened deterrence. China can easily track intrusions, and the same can instantaneously allow Japan to see the same. China loses the ability to spread fear, or the ability to move openly and privately in waters that are up for grabs. Over the years, this could become a fully integrated air and missile defense system. Philippine and other allied sensors would all incorporate a multi-layered system to provide surveillance, which China would find extremely complex. The integration of the economic and industrial impact will be felt. The Subic Bay, once the United States of America's largest overseas naval base, is in the process of renewal, and the revitalization of Hyundai in the Philippines is a great opportunity to become a repair and maintenance support facility for naval systems in the region. If systems, training, and technology from Japan start to flow to the Philippines, Subic will be a key support facility in the Indo-Pacific for a multitude of operational missions, from patrol and surveillance to command. For Japan, this is a new strategic defense market in SEA, and for the defense dual-use technology will expand and continue to support a more economically beneficial defense for Tokyo. For the Philippines, this means more local jobs, new technologies, new maintenance contracts, and a stronger Philips economy, and defends a new self-sustained defense system in the country. This does not merely scaffold the Philippines' defense system, it pivots the Philippines and Japan defense partnerships. It will help both countries jointly combat the militarization of the region. It facilitates a defense system in the Indo-Pacific that provides support, surveillance, and command for the countries in the region that share democratic beliefs. Technological and operational partnerships are critical to a balanced power system in the region. One example of how Japan's C2 system could improve the Philippines' security would be the transfer of the system from Japan to the Philippines, as Japan's C2 system is likely to improve the defense and security capabilities of the Philippines. However, transfer also entails certain challenges and geopolitical risks. First of all, with regard to the Japan-Philippines combination of systems, as the two countries strengthen military and defense links, the Japanese added capabilities aimed at increasing military and defense cooperation with Japan, with China. Concerning China, it is likely to militarize the Japan-Philippines alliance, both at the level of defense cooperation and at the level of self-defense. China is likely to assert its military power and resources to threaten the DPP. Concerning Japan-Philippines, China is likely to target its offensive and defensive military resources and systems to the alliance. Concerning military resources and systems, China is likely to target its Japan-Philippines alliance military systems. Japan still has restrictions on their arms export, as it is a change that requires massive shifts in Japan's post-war tradition as a pacifist state. While Japan does maintain a pacifist approach, and even with changes in public sentiment towards a more defensive posture due to increased threats in the region, a more defensive posture is still radical in Tokyo. Detractors fear that increased defensive exports tend to erode the constitutional restraints that underpin Japan's self-defense philosophy, while those projects argue that there is a trap in inaction,
Japan would lose its defense capabilities and would be militarily encircled by the region's dominant power, China.
Therefore, the balancing act between the pacifist tradition and the strategic necessity is such that any proposed change in defensive export policy requires justification not only in security terms, but also in terms of public political legitimacy at home. For the Philippines, these challenges are practical, but just as important. A modern C2 system faces personnel, doctrinal, and infrastructural challenges. Manila needs to train both technical operators and commanders who must learn a new style of data-driven, multi-sensor decision. Integrating Japanese systems into the Philippine network, which includes US, Israeli, South Korean, and proprietary sensors, will require careful guidance to avoid gaps or incompatibility. In the first few years, the Philippines will unavoidably need to depend on foreign technical assistance, which will lead to short-term vulnerabilities in the event of a crisis or a cyber attack. The AFP needs to complete this integration of advanced systems in order to enhance national defense and avoid becoming a lost capability. Overall, this initiative has both great hope and real danger. China will resist, Japan will deliberate, and the Philippines must modernize more quickly than it ever has. How these challenges will be met aims the Japan-Philippines C2 partnership to either the front of a new Indo-Pacific security system or to simply be an important partnership hindered by geopolitical challenges. The new planned transfer of Japan's military command and control system to the Philippines represents much more than a simple defense transaction. It depicts a critical pivot in the geography of the Indo-Pacific's defense posture. It indicates that Japan is shedding the cocoon of post-war pacifism and is now assuming the responsibilities of a frontier security provider. It also indicates that the Philippines is not a frontline state that is no longer beholden to internal security concerns and resource constraints. It is now a country that can assimilate sophisticated military systems that were previously the exclusive privilege of the most trusted allies. In conjunction, the two states are entering a new phase of military system-to-system integration, where military systems are no longer siloed but interconnected, transgressing the boundaries of nation-states. At the same time as this change is taking place, China is getting more and more aggressive, sending out ships and planes, doing economic warfare, using coercive pressure, and doing information warfare. Instead of tackling these challenges individually, Japan and the Philippines are strengthening a network together. This network is designed for early warning, swift action, and response coordination. This is the gradual establishment of a quasi-alliance, complementary to one another and to the understanding that control of the Indo-Pacific will rely on the ability of countries to cooperate. It is the expansion of Japan's industrial facilities, the Philippines' frontline geostrategic position, and the support of partner counties, primarily the United States and Australia, that is extending the interlined defense network across the Pacific. This network is not designed for hostility. Instead, it was built to secure transparency and to promote security across the fast-shifting strategic landscape of the region. In the future, historians will record events democracies number 1, C2, partnerships in the Indo-Pacific region, as the foundation of cooperative democracies. Future historians will regard the Japan-Philippines C2 partnerships as the first transformation of a new cooperative, prepared, and determined security era. If you like the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues. The morning fog over Batanes hung thick, curling around the jagged cliffs like it was hiding something. Something big. I was standing there, watching the tiny fishing boats bob against waves that now shared space with gray silhouettes of warships, Philippine, US, and Japanese, sliding through the Bashi Channel. Control this channel, and you control the gateway to the South China Sea. muttered an old sailor beside me, half proud, half worried. He's seen the waters all his life, but never like this. A fighter jet screamed overhead, chasing a training target that seemed too small against the endless blue. Every move of these vessels, every loop of aircraft, felt like the rehearsal for a game nobody wants to play, but everyone knows could happen. It's hard to describe the mix of awe and dread. You realize this isn't just about maps or military doctrines. It's about control, survival, and the silent power struggles that ripple through every wave. I thought of the history layered beneath these waters, the naval maneuvers during past tensions, the quiet standoffs that never made headlines, and now, the drills that are as much a message as a practice. For the people here, life goes on. Nets are mended. Children run along the shore. But just beyond, in that 60-mile stretch to Taiwan, the world's biggest powers are playing a game that could decide the first moves of a much larger conflict. And you can feel it, like the wind whipping across the cliffs, on the edge of calm and chaos. The 2026 Multilateral Maritime Cooperative Activity, or MMCA as the military calls it, wrapped up quietly on Thursday, 26 February. But make no mistake, quiet doesn't mean insignificant. For 4 days, the northernmost waters of the Philippines transformed into a theater of precision, coordination, and high-stakes signaling. Philippine, US, and Japanese forces had converged here in an area few drills ever reach. The Bashi Channel, that narrow corridor linking the South China Sea to the Western Pacific. From the cliffs of Batan's, you could see the Philippine FA-50 light fighters slicing through the sky, while US P-8 Poseidons and Japanese P-3 Orions hummed above in carefully choreographed patterns. Below, the BRP Antonio Luna, the USS Dewey, and the Philippine Coast Guard cutter BRP Gabriela Silang traced disciplined arcs across the waters, executing maneuvers that were part ballet, part message. Every aircraft, every vessel, every signal was a demonstration. These forces can operate together seamlessly, across air, sea, and tactical domains, even in one of the region's most complex maritime theaters. What makes this exercise particularly remarkable is its location. Past MMCA drills tended to stick closer to the South China Sea. This year, the stage shifted north, to the Bashi Channel itself, a narrow stretch barely 60 miles wide, but one of the most strategically charged waterways in Asia. By taking the drills here, the three militaries weren't just testing interoperability, they were signaling a new geographic and strategic reach, showing that multilateral cooperation can extend beyond familiar waters, all the way to the front lines of potential tension over Taiwan. For locals watching from shore, life went on. Fishermen mended nets, kids ran along the windswept cliffs, and the waves rolled like nothing had changed. But in the sky and on the sea, history quietly pressed forward. This wasn't just another exercise. It was a rehearsal for the unpredictable. A glimpse of how air, sea, and strategy collide when the world's great powers meet at the edge of calm and chaos. As the dust of the MMCA drills settled over the northern Philippines, the diplomatic ripples began to spread, and they were loud. Across the East China Sea in Beijing, China's Southern Theater Command didn't mince words. The drills, they said, were nothing less than an attempt to co-opt non-regional states and disrupt peace and stability. In a show of muscle, China sent its own ships on what it called a routine patrol in the South China Sea during the same period, though everyone watching knew it was a pointed reply. To Beijing, foreign powers operating so close to Taiwan isn't training, it's encroachment. And any coordinated military movement involving the US, Japan, and the Philippines near the Bashi Channel, that's a provocation they take very seriously. Manila, meanwhile, struck a careful, tense balance. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. warned publicly that the Philippines could be dragged kicking and screaming into a Taiwan conflict, a phrase that sounded almost casual, yet carried a weighty undertone of the real danger at hand. It was a reminder that while the drills showcased interoperability and readiness, the stakes weren't hypothetical. Every move in these northern waters had diplomatic consequences, and every signal was being read closely in capitals across the region. Japan, too, has felt the heat. In recent years, Tokyo flirted with the idea of directly defending Taiwan, a stance that drew sharp sanctions and rebukes from Beijing. Now, whispers of future deployments, like surface-to-air missile systems on remote islands near Taiwan by 2031, have only added fuel to the fire. For Japan, participation in the MMCA is both reassurance to allies and a clear signal to China. The partnership isn't just theoretical. It can project force and coordination across the critical corridors of the Western Pacific. In short, what unfolded north of Luzon wasn't just a military exercise, it was a live demonstration of strategy, signaling, and the delicate diplomacy that threads the razor's edge between deterrence and confrontation. And as always, the question lingers: how far will each player push before someone misreads the intent? Over the 4 days of MMCA, the skies and waters north of Luzon came alive with movement, noise, and precision. Philippine Fa-50 fighters, US P-8 Poseidons, and Japanese P-3 Orions crisscrossed the northern Philippine airspace in carefully timed patrols. Observers noted how the flights weren't just about presence, they were exercises in integrated surveillance, testing how three militaries could coordinate in a contested environment where every second counts. Below, the seas were just as busy. The Philippine-guided missile frigate BRP Antonio Luna fired its guns in live fire drills, the sharp echoes bouncing across the waves. The U.S. destroyer USS Dewey and the Philippine Coast Guard cutter BRP Gabriela Silang carved tactical patterns through the waters, practicing maneuvers that looked like a choreographed dance, but were in fact rehearsal for real-world threats. For everyone watching, it was easy to forget that these were drills. Each turn of a ship, each formation of aircraft, carried lessons that could decide life or death in a crisis. The tactical aims were straightforward but critical. Improve interoperability between air and naval units, validate communication channels and command structures, and practice coordinated defense in strategically sensitive maritime zones. Yet beyond the immediate exercises, the drills also signal a bigger pattern. They are part of an expanding series of Philippines-US-Japan interoperability activities, tied to formal agreements like the Philippines-Japan Reciprocal Access Agreement ratified in late 2024. In other words, this isn't an isolated event. It's a piece of a growing puzzle, showing how these allies are thinking long-term, preparing for scenarios that most of the world prefers not to imagine.
109. Globalization.
The Bashi Channel is more than just a narrow stretch of water. It's a strategic fulcrum where the balance of power in Northeast Asia can shift in an instant. By sending ships and aircraft into these northern waters, The Philippines, US, and Japan are quietly rebalancing maritime power. The drills strengthen the ability of non-Chinese forces to respond at key choke points and sharpen their capacity to monitor, and if needed, counter hostile actions in a space that could become a flashpoint overnight. Every coordinated maneuver also sends a message to Beijing. These are not isolated exercises. They show a united front among like-minded maritime powers, reinforcing deterrence without tipping into outright confrontation. The choreography of aircraft over Batanes and the disciplined arcs of warships west of Luzon aren't just training, they're a signal. The channel isn't anyone's private lane anymore. And when it comes to Taiwan, the stakes are even higher. Control, or at least influence, over the Bashi Channel could prove decisive in any contingency. By practicing rapid, integrated air and sea deployments, these allied forces are preparing for scenarios where speed and coordination might be the difference between strategic advantage and disaster. In other words, these drills aren't just about readiness, they're about shaping the possible outcomes of a crisis before it even begins. To really grasp the scale and significance of the 2026 MMCA, the numbers tell a story of their own. The Bashi Channel, a mere 100 kilometers about 60 miles from the northern Philippines to Taiwan, became the stage for 4 intense days of drills, stretching from 23 to 26 February. 3 nations, Philippines, US, and Japan, brought together aircraft, warships, and Coast Guard units, all operating over Batanes airspace and the waters west of Luzon. For the first time, these exercises reached this far north, beyond the usual South China Sea corridors, marking a historic expansion in geographic and strategic scope. Every figure, every distance, every day of coordinated action underscores just how carefully these drills were planned, and how much weight they carry in shaping regional security. The 2026 MMCA over the Bashi Channel isn't just another exercise on a map. It's a turning point. For the first time, Allied forces have pushed well beyond the familiar South China Sea waters, stepping into areas that lie immediately next to Taiwan, where the stakes are highest and the tension palpable. On the operational side, the drills sharpened readiness and interoperability, proving that these forces can move, communicate, and coordinate seamlessly under pressure. Politically,